Oh, I shouldn't have fed my treaty guys. They're not here. Even the IRA guys are not here.
You ready? Give me the give me the five. Give me the countdown. Well, well, that was a great morning, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed that morning and our morning here with our presenters and all the information that was shared. It's good to have good partners. I work in Indian country, and as we work with our people and our communities, we know that we work through that work through a lot of partnerships. And at the Oceti, we're glad that we have partners who want to work with us, come be with us, and share the information that you heard today. And I think those are important things to do. Continuing on with our agenda, we heard the interest in buffalo, and we're honored today to have one of the leaders, I believe, in our country or in the world when it comes to buffalo restoration. And his name is Jason Baldiz. He's a Eastern Shoshone tribe. He is a leader within the Blackfeet Nation Intertribal Buffalo Council. So Jason, as far as his introduction, spearheaded the successful effort to relocate buffalo to the Wind River Indian Reservation, and works with both the Eastern Shoshone and Arapaho tribes in buffalo management. He's an advocate for indigenous cultural revitalization and ecological restoration, and is the president and executive director of the Wind River Tribal Buffalo Initiative. And so I know I saw Jason this past summer at a meeting in Wind River where the superintendents on both Yellowstone and Grand Tetons came together to talk about the future of co-management and co-stewardship of those parks in partnership with tribes across the region. I know Jason gave a great talk on the importance of buffalo and the connection to the land. So we're glad that Jason's here. Jason, welcome, and we look forward to your talk. So help me welcome Jason Valdez.
Also, while he's coming up, could you let him know about the change up in the agenda?
Yeah, for your information, on your agenda today, we had a scheduled speaker, a tribal climate liaison that was scheduled to be at 3 o'clock today, but she's no longer able to be with us because of COVID. So we're also honored and privileged to have one of our speakers come. Mr. Robertson, Dr. Robertson, has agreed to come and speak to us about data science, and data sovereignty. So that's a change. So please make note in your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I want to say good afternoon to each and every one of you. My name is Jason Baldus, and member of the Eastern Shoshone tribe. I currently work for the National Wildlife Federation's Tribal Partnerships Program, and I sit on several boards, Intertribal Buffalo Council, and I'm filling in for Irvin Carlson, president of the ITBC, and he was due to be here today. He's Blackfeet, and so he's does a lot of work up there in northern Montana with Blackfeet tribes, and myself being from Wyoming, I work closely with the Eastern Shoshone and northern Arapaho. And so I'm here to talk a little bit about buffalo bison restoration and how important that is to many of our tribes, especially our buffalo tribes and those that historically depended upon this animal for life's commissary, food, clothing, shelter. It's foundational to our ceremonial belief systems and our ceremonies. For myself personally, I grew up at Wind River. My dad was a biologist, and he was in a unique position as a tribal member, but also a federal employee working to uphold trust responsibility of that agency to the tribes. I grew up hunting and fishing, camping a lot, spent a lot of time on horseback in our mountains, in our wilderness area. And one thing that we always talked about is, how come we can't hunt buffalo? And as a kid growing up with a biologist father, he was constantly working to understand more about our lakes and our rivers and our fish, the importance of that as a food source, but also our wildlife. And he worked to introduce pronghorn antelope and bighorn sheep back to our reservation when I was a kid. And so I got to witness that growing up and the importance of bringing those species back. He told me that when we brought that pronghorn antelope back, that within 10 years I'd be able to kill my own antelope. But they did so well that only 8 years later I was able to harvest my own, and I've killed one every year since. So I'm very, thankful to be in this role to be able to work on buffalo restoration. My dad, he took me to East Africa when I was 18, and I traveled around Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And I got to witness something that was really incredible to me, and that was the wildebeest. The wildebeest today is the largest ungulate migration in the world. It's 1.5 million. We drove for over 100 miles on dirt roads, and as far as you could see in every direction was wildebeest, along with about 50 other species. What that helped me realize was that this is less than 5% of what the bison was here less than 200 years ago. We had 30 to 60 million bison as opposed to the small number of wildebeest in East Africa. So I had a newfound appreciation when I came home to understand a bit more about our country, our people's history, and our relationship to those animals, especially the buffalo, bison. Our 574 federally recognized tribes in the country today, over 330 distinct languages. We had our own relation, reciprocity with the plants and animals, water on our lands. But what we come to understand is that these promises, these that were made with the federal government, every single one broken or violated in some form or fashion. The loss of lands, those broken promises, the invitation to settlers and pioneers to come in and promote agriculture, bring in invasive species like cattle. And what that did for changing our relationship to buffalo. As westward expansion happened, there were 30 to 60 million buffalo were slaughtered over 100 years. Oftentimes only the hides and tongues were taken. Hides were shipped east and made into belts to fuel the Industrial Revolution. The bones, they say, looked like snow in the middle of the summer. And so they gathered up all these bones and they put them on trains and they shipped them east, made them into fertilizer and fine china. So not only did they kill all of the buffalo, but then they removed all evidence of it by taking the bones. Was the annihilation of the largest herd, migratory herd in world history. Far surpasses the wildebeest migration that we see on National Geographic and things today. So that story between native people and buffalo is very similar in that we're now on remnants of our once former vast territories. Buffalo in parks, refuges, and private ranches, and our tribes on reservations. As the buffalo were removed from the landscape and people forced onto reservations, then it made way for these large beef operations to come in, many of which are still in existence today. You often hear about the fourth or fifth generation ranchers. Well, those are the ones that came in after we were forced off. They created things like beefalo and cattle. Well, cattle are from Europe and they're susceptible to changing climate. Many cattle froze to death. Even a couple of years ago, we had that Arctic blast that came down from the north and it froze over 1 million cows. They died. They couldn't survive it. There was no report of any buffalo or bison lost during that time just a few years ago. So this forced breeding of cattle and buffalo was in an effort to make a better cow, one that wouldn't freeze to death. So beefalo and cattle, caused cattle gene introgression into the bison genome, and the cattle genetics are pretty prevalent in many of the buffalo that we have in the United States today. There's about 500,000 buffalo in the United States, but 98% of them have cattle gene introgression. There's less than 25,000 buffalo that are of reputable genetics, and most of those have lineage to Yellowstone because that's the last remnant population that was uh, left from after they were all slaughtered. So, buffalo are very important, and Intertribal Buffalo Council has helped to get buffalo restored to many tribes, and I'll talk about that a little bit. But one thing I want to reference is, the idea of progress and manifest destiny and what that has done for us in this country, because we've been encouraged to plow it up, pave it over, fence it in, fence it out, do agriculture, divert water, all of these things that are contrary to the way our people related. So this is light pollution in the United States. And so if we think about progress, we think about, continuing to develop, build roads, to continue to move into places where we don't belong. The goal is maybe for the rest of the country to look like this. I hope that it's not. And I hope that, our young people and our future leaders will, bring in our traditional ecological knowledge to help us understand our relationship to the plants and lands and the animals, the water. But today I want to talk, a little bit about the Intertribal Buffalo Council. The main office is located here in Rapid City. Troy Heinert, a legislator, previous legislator, was hired as the executive director now and continues to be an advocate for us and tribes. It's our 30th anniversary this year, and ITBC has been working to restore buffalo to tribes for that long. There's now 76 member tribes, and we have a annual membership meeting coming up in November down in Quapaw, Oklahoma, and we'll be adding additional tribes. So we're headquartered right here, but we work with many tribes across the country. I mentioned this is old data. I think it's like 2 years ago we had 69 tribes, but now we're up to 76 and adding 3 more. With the last 30 years, we've been able to get 20,000 buffalo to tribes, to our members, and that's to 32 million acres of land across the country. And so that's been happening since 1992. ITBC provides a lot of services to our member tribes, including herd development grants that our tribes can apply for to help assist in infrastructure or purchasing materials or helping out with curriculum and getting buffalo back into our diet, back into our lives. We partner with the Department of Interior and other organizations to receive surplus animals. The Department of Interior itself manages 19 conservation populations. And so every year they have surplus that goes to ITBC, and ITBC ensures that those animals get out to the member tribes. And of course, providing that scientific education on the importance of reintroduction of buffalo, the cultural importance, the ecological importance of restoring a keystone species, and then also, some tribes that would like to benefit. There's a wide spectrum of potential across Indian country for what we can do. Many tribes don't have a very large land base. It's been, those broken promises have decreased those lands, and many tribes only have a little bit that they can work with. Other tribes have a little bit more flexibility. But it's very important that we get this animal back into our lives again. It's the most nutritious meat. It's the highest in protein, vitamins and minerals, and lowest in fat and cholesterol than almost any other meat. And the high rates of diabetes and heart disease and other health-related issues in our communities is directly attributable to the removal of this animal from our diet. And so providing that outreach and education, like here or other conferences and with schools is very important to help educate our people about this. So there's lots of opportunities to get this animal back into our school lunch programs so that we ensure that our young people are eating buffalo for their health benefits. There's other organizations like the uh, International Tribal Treaty, Buffalo Treaty, has over 40 signatories of sovereigns now that are part of that, from Canada down to the lower 48. We work on the cultural importance of buffalo, from the Pueblo of Pojoaque to Eastern Shoshone to Flandreau to Fort Peck. Many tribes you see incorporating this buffalo back into our lives again. I mentioned the Department of Interior manages those surplus populations. There's 19 herds across the country that provide those animals to ITBC, but also others. And I think that what's happening with many of our tribes and the way we manage them can help set precedent for what we can do potentially on public lands in the future. Some of our partners include the Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Bison Association, several other conservation nonprofits, and tribes that are working on developing their own organizations as well. So the 39 tribes this last year who applied for those herd development grants received, about $25,000 each to assist in their herd development. And so ITBC funds these projects, including infrastructure, rangeland improvements, education initiatives, scholarship, job training, water infrastructure, heavy machinery, supplemental feed, veterinary care. But currently, our funding only meets 5% of the need. And so we have to continue to figure out how we can support our tribes even more, because we've basically operated on about $1.5 million to $2 million every year, despite the growth of our membership over the last 30 years. And so the effort of ITBC to increase the amount of funding that we can distribute to tribes is very important and increasing. We've been in partnership with the National Bison Association and the Wildlife Conservation Society and others on the federal government's trust responsibility to tribes, because we feel that buffalo is a treaty right, and we can look to precedent that was set in the Northwest with the Bolt decision, how the federally appropriated dollars go to the Northwest tribes to co-manage those fisheries. Well, salmon wasn't nearly eradicated, but they receive federal funding to co-manage that resource. Buffalo was nearly eradicated, and so the effort should be to really restore and help us restore this buffalo to our communities for the health benefits, for the role of this buffalo as a keystone species on the landscape. And the federal government should have some role in that. And so we introduced the Indian Buffalo Management Act, and it was supported and led by Deb Haaland and Don Young from Alaska, and it's been stalled in the South Dakota legislature in Senator Rounds' office, largely because of pressure from the stock growers and the Farm Bureau and the cattle industry, as usual. And so we have a trip coming to D.C. Coming up, and the hope is that we can give one more final push to get the Indian Buffalo Management Act into the Senate side. The IBMA would provide about $14 million to tribal organizations to assist in buffalo restoration. That's 10% of what is allocated to the Northwest tribes. They receive $140 million each year for co-management of fisheries. We're asking for 10% of what is allocated to the Northwest to go to buffalo programs and to help us restore buffalo. So here's just a little bit further information on that Indian Buffalo Management Act and how it was supported by Deb Haaland Don Young and Tom Cole. You know, we really need more support at the legislative level, not only the state, the federal, but even the local level, in reaching out to our legislators. Could be an important way of getting the federal government to support our efforts. You know, we've heard a lot about climate resiliency this morning, and water management and the sovereignty of tribes. And, you know, for instance, the Missouri River Basin, if all the tribes in the Missouri River Basin adopted the same water quality standards, imagine the impact that would have on forcing these states to listen to the tribes. If the tribes could get together and exercise sovereignty together on a larger scale, on a watershed scale, that could be an interesting way to exercise and partner in that. Buffalo have a lot of implications throughout our communities. Not only the Shoshone, the Arapaho, but other tribes recognize this animal as being life's commissary, that it was the main food source. It was where we got our materials, our tools. The Arapaho tribe, for the very first time, harvested 2 of their own buffalo for their annual Sundance this year. That's the first time that's ever happened. 1885 at Wind River in Wyoming was the last buffalo taken by the tribes. We were finally able to get some restored in 2016. And now the 2 tribes at Wind River have over 150 buffalo collectively, and we're working on changing land use to retire cattle grazing permits to restore buffalo to larger landscapes and protect them as a wildlife species under tribal law. That really helps in our community. There's also things around disease. As buffalo were eliminated from the landscape and cows came in, they brought disease. Things like brucellosis and tuberculosis and malignant catarrhal fever, mycoplasma bovis. So there's several diseases that cattle brought and infected the wildlife. Now we know that Yellowstone is the last genetically reputable herd. And so those genetics are very important for many of our tribes that want to have those conservation genetics. But in order to get those animals from Yellowstone, they have to go through a quarantine process so that they can be deemed certified disease-free. And so tribes can have a real role in that. Fort Peck has stepped up and built a quarantine facility, but the federal government prevents them from operating at full capacity because of their distance from Yellowstone. So there's opportunities for tribes, I think, to create jobs and to create a connection to buffalo by maybe establishing our own quarantine program so that we can accept animals from Yellowstone, run them through our own certification process to supplement our own herds or to help other tribes and improve the heterogeneity or the herd health with those additional animals. I mentioned the health importance that buffalo is the healthiest meat. And so it's very important that we get this animal back into our diet. Unfortunately, many of our people have acquired a taste for beef. And so how do we ensure that we can get that back into our diet if people prefer to eat cows? Well, I think that there's opportunities around that, especially for our young people. But cattle are not a healthy alternative to beef. I mean, you know what I mean. Again, the nutrition, very important. I think that, we think about how we used to preserve that meat. We did that without refrigeration. And so it's important to hold on to those values, hold on to those cultural ways of preserving meat and also incorporating them with our other traditional foods like berries and other foods that we gather from the landscape. Of course, reclaiming our culture, tradition, languages, those values, the ceremonial belief systems. We heard that elderly gentleman earlier talk about that 7th direction. And That's each and every one of us. And so making sure that our young people have that holistic grounding in the medicine wheel about how our balance that we know in the natural law, about how that applies to us as individuals as well. Finding balance mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally as we grow from baby, youth, adult, elder. So ensuring that our cultural traditions and beliefs are understood and lived by our young people again. It's connection to land. I showed those maps about how much land we've lost. We can look at bad legislation like the General Allotment Act that opened up our reservations for homesteading. Land privatization was not a concept to us. We didn't understand how you can own this land and that guy can own that land across the fence. That is unholistic. Fences are the epitome of colonization. And as we decolonize our ways of thinking and knowing, we also have to decolonize the way we use our lands. That means taking fences down. Because the health and wealth of our people historically was based in the biodiversity of plants and animals. We hear this biodiversity idea thrown around. Biodiversity is the abundance of species. Well, we can look on a worldwide level and see the abundance of biodiversity is decreasing everywhere on the planet. The decrease in birds, decrease in amphibians, decrease in mammals. There's an increase in livestock. There's an increase in the number of animals that are being raised. And so, again, the hunting culture, fishing culture, gathering culture is all very important. And in order to do that, we have to get some land back. At Wind River in Wyoming, I've been calling it buffalo land rematriation with buffalo restoration, which is a form of reconciliation. Been able to raise $7 million so far to buy land back that was taken through the Homestead Act. These lands were privatized and sold for pennies per acre to pioneers and settlers, but now they're worth $7,000 to $8,000 an acre. So it takes $1.5, $2.5, $3 million to buy these parcels of land back. But I've been able to raise some dollars to do that, and I think that is creating a pathway to getting some of these places back that our people have lost access to. Because once those lands are privatized, we became trespassers on our own homelands. So how do we open those lands back up? Well, we got to buy them, and then we got to take fences down, and then we can put a fence up for buffalo. But that increases our access, again, that we haven't had for 100 years. Economic development. There's opportunities to create jobs around buffalo, whether that's building educational buffalo boxes or creating jobs for meat cutters, for land managers. So, I think that there's a wide spectrum of economic development across Indian country for what we can do with this animal in terms of how we relate to it within our own tribal communities. Of course, education. This animal was our education. This animal was central to who we are. The Eastern Shoshone people, we distinguished ourselves by the foods we ate. We were the Guchandika, the buffalo eaters, the eastern band of Shoshones. Up in the mountains lived the sheep eaters, the Tukarikas. Over in Idaho, the fish eaters, the salmon eaters. And the Comanche, which were the wild carrot eaters. Buffalo has been missing from our Eastern Shoshone diet for 130 years. We human beings think that's probably a long time because of our short lifespan. But if we look at it in terms of the millennia that we've connected and lived alongside this animal, it's a pretty small window because this animal's in our DNA. It's in our being. I've been able to help harvest a few buffalo with some kids at various schools. And when you get a buffalo in front of a bunch of Indian students, it's like they already know what to do. And that's the best way I can describe it. When you get young people around us and they want to help and dig in, they all want to get their hands bloody. They all want to take a bite of that liver. They all want to take a piece of that meat home for their family. So it's restoring these foodways. And there's for me, I'm lucky that I'm able to continue from what my father showed me. We lived cyclically. We moved based on the seasons. We moved high elevation in the hot months and low elevation in the cold months. We harvested different foods and medicines at different time of the year. And then we would fish in the wintertime, fish in the springtime, hunt and gather in the spring and fall. And so the restoring this connection to our land and to our foods is a way that we help heal. And we have to heal. It wasn't very long ago that we couldn't say these things. We were shunned or we were ostracized. But all of these are about our healing. And buffalo is foundational to all of those components, especially our buffalo tribes in the Great Plains and in the mountain areas. So the Intertribal Buffalo Council is here in Rapid City, and so the opportunity to continue to work with the tribes here in South Dakota is present. We need more representation. We need more people to help ensure that our young people are knowledgeable about this animal and in getting it back into our lives and livelihood. There's a story that I like to share that comes from a Shoshone people, and it's about how we acquired fire. And the Shoshone people said there was a long, long time ago when the people could still talk to the animals, and elk we call badia. And elk had gotten a rock lodged in his hoof, and in an effort to dislodge the rock, it created a spark and lit a tree on fire. And the elk was thinking, I don't really need this fire. I should probably ask my relatives if they could use it. So he went to the mice and the rabbits, and those relatives said, "No, we don't need that. We got fur on our bodies. Maybe ask the other relatives." So they went to the elk went to the wolves and bears, and they said, "No, we got teeth and hair." They got a council of all the animals together, and the animals, thought about it, and they said, we don't need that, but we should ask those pitiful two-leggeds. They don't have any hair on their bodies. They can't run very fast. They only got two legs. Their teeth aren't very sharp, and they get cold real easy. So that elk, he went and gave that fire to the two-leggeds, and that's how Shoshone people acquired fire. But that story reminds us that we're still pitiful human beings. That if you take all of these technology and the buildings and all of our fancy stuff away, that we still have to rely upon our four-legged relatives and the birds, the fish. What we say in our languages, Mutaku ye oyasin, Besi hi neta ena, Dama nero wurat. We have these sayings in our languages about all our relatives. We also have sayings in our languages about the water. Water is being our first medicine, and how we use that and how we care for it, take care of it. It's not a coincidence that we lived on this continent for 20, 30,000 years and we didn't poison our water. How many places can we go now and take a drink from a river and not get sick? The rates of these sicknesses that are coming about, the changes that we're seeing in the climate, all of these things point to great change is coming. But for us as indigenous people, that's something that we've always been able to adapt to. We knew and anticipated change. So how do we keep that going and ensure that those belief systems are intact for our young people? That buffalo has 7 times the hair per square inch as a cow. Every every winter they put on a new coat, and in the springtime they lose it. That hair becomes very important for many other animals: the ferruginous hawk, the burrowing owl, mountain plover, cowbird, which is a misnomer, it should be the buffalo bird. Many bird species have to have buffalo hair for their eggs to reach the right incubation temperature. Buffalo graze, they eat the tops of the plants, and they leave a majority of the plant there so that the sunlight doesn't reach the soil and dry it out. When they walk, they naturally aerate the soil. Their hooves are shaped in a way that catches seeds that get blown in the wind. They have a unique dust bathing behavior where they create these wallows or micro depressions in the landscape. That becomes very important for water accumulation, seed dispersal. So when it rains and snows, that water sits in those pools, percolates into the ground, and becomes very important for plants and other organisms. They have twice the surface area on their teeth as cows do, so they can absorb many more nutrients from less hardy forage when they are required to do so. If there's snow, they can rely entirely on snow for their water. Buffalo historically existed from Mexico all the way to the Arctic, from the west coast nearly all the way to the east coast, from sea level to 13,000 feet in elevation. This animal is the most resilient, well-designed animal that creator's ever given us. If we think about buffalo as a keystone species, meaning that it benefits birds and animals and insects and reptiles and salamanders and plants, that should be reason enough to be restoring them to the landscape to heal it. We're always have two opposing paradigms. Our indigenous people have an ecological paradigm, an understanding of the interrelatedness and the interconnectedness of all these things, which is why we call them all our relatives. The colonizers, the people that came in as settlers and pioneers, they came bringing an economic paradigm about how do we exploit this place for benefiting economically, a money-based system. So these two paradigms are always at play, an ecological one and an economic. Federal government, many of our state agencies, they're all based in the economic. For us, Indian people, indigenous people worldwide, we have an ecological paradigm, one that is about the interconnectedness, those relatives that we have, the importance of every single species, the wolves, the bears, the buffalo. What do we hear about, management of wolves and bears these days is to protect what? Livestock, economics. We have to encourage our federal agencies, our state agencies, to think more holistically. And you think about finding common ground between science and traditional ecological knowledge. At Wind River, we have a good example of how we incorporated those two ideas. It comes down to our wildlife and our water and the animals. Because in the 80s, we recognized that the unregulated hunting resulted in the diminishment of these populations that were no longer available for us as a food. And so management meant that we needed to exercise tribal law. The state of Wyoming was going to come in and assume jurisdiction on the reservation in Wyoming because they said we didn't have a constitution, that we don't have sovereignty. That's what they said, because we opted out of IRA. Many tribes are IRA. We opted out of that. So we didn't have a constitution. We have a traditional, quasi-traditional form of government in the general councils. Those general councils passed resolutions to support wildlife restoration. Pronghorn antelope, bighorn sheep. In the 90s, our tribes protected wolves and bears. That's a completely different philosophy than the state of Wyoming. But it's because of that traditional knowledge, knowing that those are important for our food, that the wolves and bears, we learned about how to be good human beings, the family dynamics of the wolf, the bear showing us many medicines that we still use in ceremonies today. And so the buffalo should have been like that pronghorn antelope and that bighorn sheep, where you go and you get them in their habitat and you bring them to their new habitat and you let them go. But it's not like that, because most states recognize buffalo as livestock. When that happens, management of those buffalo is under the auspices of those livestock agencies. If we as tribes protect them as wildlife under tribal law, then that engages the U.S. federal government, the Fish and Wildlife Service, to provide assistance to manage those on the landscape. Another problem is land use, because Bureau of Indian Affairs is the federal agency that manages our lands. Over in Wyoming at Wind River, the Bureau of Indian Affairs divided our reservation into 92 grazing units that have had a priority in cattle grazing for the last 100 years, despite the tribe's success in restoring those wildlife species and protecting those predators. So in order to get buffalo restored on a larger landscape, we're implementing tribal law. And that means protecting buffalo as wildlife under tribal law, which basically supersedes BIA's role as a land managing agency prioritizing cattle. In this way, we're going to be able to restore buffalo to larger landscapes on the reservation, not 1,000 acres, tens to hundreds of thousands of acres, where buffalo exist just like the elk, deer, moose, bighorn sheep, pronghorn antelope, mule deer, and white-tailed deer. Hopefully someday predated upon by wolves and bears on our reservation. So I think that there's a lot of potential across Indian country for getting buffalo back in a way that is meaningful to our tribes and to our communities. It's very important for our young people, so important for our old people and everybody in between. It's a keystone species, so it heals the land, heals our community, and from the inside out, we can begin to heal ourselves from diabetes and heart disease, begin incorporating our more traditional foods, teaching about how we build that sled from the ribs, or make glue from the hooves, or make that horn spoon. In that, probably similar in Lakota language, but in Arapaho and Shoshone, the horn spoon is animate. It's Habiyo in Arapaho and Tesihivi in Shoshone. But every time we have our kids come out from the schools, we have them do an activity. One of them is creating their own buffalo horn spoon for them to take home, so that they can connect with that buffalo in a way that is different from learning it in a book or seeing a picture of it or hearing me give a presentation. When those kids go out there and they see that buffalo and they can pick up a piece of buffalo hair, or they learn how to make that horn spoon, that's a connection that wasn't there just 6 years ago. 6 years ago, we had no buffalo. Some tribes are just now getting them back. Some tribes have had them for quite a while. And I've been over here to help Lisa and Arlo Ironcloud help with getting that buffalo back into some of these programs over here, and learning from different tribes about how they're educating their youth. It's really inspiring to see how many people are engaged with buffalo and getting that animal back into their lives. One day, and the reason that I'm involved in all of this goes back to when I was a kid, talking to my dad about how come we can't hunt buffalo. I think someday in the near future, we're going to have the ability to hunt buffalo again on our lands. And the hope is that other tribes can do that same thing. And the hope is really Intertribal Buffalo Council, other entities can continue to support us in this, not only locally, at the state level, but also nationally, to ensure that the federal government upholds its federal trust responsibility to us to help us pay for our infrastructure, help us change land use, or pay for a mobile processing unit or cold storage, so that when people want buffalo meat, they can come get it. That's what we're trying to do at Wind River, is to ensure that those buffalo, that meat is free to any tribal member that wants it. It's not about marketing the meat. It's about ensuring that that animal has its rightful place on the land. Today we call that wildlife, but it's just a classification that allows it to exist. Everywhere there's a cow out there, it should be a buffalo. Cows are invasive species. The cow does not replace that buffalo on the landscape. A cow doesn't have that amount of hair, doesn't have the knowledge to not hang out in the riparian areas, doesn't have the knowledge to rotationally graze on its own, doesn't have the physiological adaptations that a buffalo does as a keystone species. That buffalo is very important on the landscape and in our lives. I just really appreciate the opportunity to come up and visit with you. And on behalf of the Intertribal Buffalo Council, I want to thank the drum for being here and the elders that are in the room and the prayers that have been said today. It's very important for us as a people. And thank you, James. And I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has some.
We have time for questions.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason? Again, please use the microphones, your name and affiliation.
My name is Manny Ironhawk, and I was just going to ask if there's any. I and my wife Renee we're planning to have run some buffalo. Is there any programs that can help us on that part, like everything, like the fence up to the fence building to other information like that way that can be helpful.
Yeah, thank you for that. I would refer you to a little bit to the office here in town, and Troy Heinert at the office would be able to help you. I know that ITBC and USDA have created a handbook for tribal cattle producers to shift to buffalo, and there's that handbook is in print right now, but it will be available, I think, through our office here in town. And so that's a way to get cattle producers to shift to buffalo, because buffalo are a lot easier to handle than cows. They don't need help, and so we encourage that. And so it's good to hear that you're thinking that way. One of the fences that we use at Wind River is modeled after Fort Peck, and it's considered a wildlife friendly fence. It's a 6-strand, 60-inch tall, smooth top and smooth bottom with an 18-inch gap on the bottom. And then we go 5 steel to 1 wood post. And that runs about $3 a foot from what I've been able to find in Wind River in fencing contractors. So that's one way to think about it. But I would steer you to ITBC there, and then I could. Oh,
I'm Ivan Looking Horse, and I'm also wondering about is there when you get to harvest your buffalo, do you get the hides and the skulls and the bones and all to where the artists might be able to work with these here things so they can start a cash flow with the artwork that they can produce?
yeah, yeah. Uh, one of the at Wind River, it's going to be different for different tribes and what kind of programs they've started. But at Wind River, when we're done with a buffalo, the only thing left is the grass from its belly. And we don't want to harvest a buffalo and ship it to the meat processor and get it back in boxes. No, we want to have that buffalo there, and we're all working on it together as young people and elders, teaching us how we say those things in our languages. But also, like you say, for the artisans, I think it's very important that those parts are all there and available to those that want them. And we have buffalo boxes that we make to provide to schools. So in that buffalo box, we've got the hoof, a dehydrated bladder or stomach, and that horn spoon. If its box is big enough, the rib sled, and demonstrating, how that animal was utilized and how all those parts were used. But I think as we grow our program, it's going to be very important that we ensure those parts are available for hide tanning. How we make we had a program a couple weeks ago where some young ladies came out and they made pigments from the different soils on the reservation so that we could make paints to paint on the hide. And so I think that's a very important aspect of food sovereignty, is ensuring that when that buffalo gets harvested, the whole animal stays there with us, and that we're not just shipping it off to USDA or some certified meat processor that is going to bring it back in boxes. So every effort that we do at ITBC, as well as my own effort at Wind River, is to ensure our artisans have access to that stuff in a way that they haven't had before. So that's very important.
Hi, that was a great talk. I'm Bob Newman from the University of North Dakota. I'm wondering, I had two questions, and I think you answered one of them. Do you think that the Recovering America's Wildlife Act might help you finance some of the things that you're trying to do with buffalo restoration? There's supposed to be some decent amount of money dedicated to tribal entities as opposed to going to states.
Yeah, that's a great question. He's talking about Restoring America's Wildlife Act, or RAWA, which is federal legislation that has earmarked about $90 million to go to tribes for wildlife restoration. That's the first time any federal money has ever been made available to tribes to manage wildlife. Tribes are excluded from traditional wildlife management funding like Pittman-Robertson or the Taylor funding that goes to states to manage fish and wildlife restoration. The important caveat of RAWA is that in order to receive benefit for buffalo restoration, that animal needs classification as wildlife. So, for instance, the Fish and Wildlife Service, who's provided technical assistance to the Wind River tribes for the last 40 or 50 years, is unable to provide any assistance to Wind River tribes for buffalo until we protect them as wildlife. BIA, as the land managing agency as well as the permit holder, kind of has the lock on the federal assistance because of that classification. If tribes protect buffalo as wildlife under tribal law, that would engage RAWA funding. And so, that RAWA funding could come to tribes to assist in elk or deer or pronghorn antelope or other species. But until buffalo have that classification as wildlife, federal government will be unable to assist in managing that as wildlife until the tribes set that standard. So RAWA is a great example of how federal government money can come into tribes, but tribes need to make sure that they're managing those animals with the auspices of wildlife and not livestock. And that's often a hard change because, for one, many tribes are on a limited land base and they can't really run their buffalo as wildlife until they retire grazing permits, take fences down, and let those animals exist as such. Great question.
I have a question over here. How is the Tatanka handling the drought?
Well, I've heard different conversations on that. We see that there's a trend in the size of buffalo decreasing. So we have four extinct species of bison going back 350,000 years. Bison latifrons, antiquus, priscus, and occidentalis are all extinct. But 350,000 years ago, bison latifrons had a 9-foot horn span and was 10 foot at the shoulder. And so the size of bison is decreasing largely because of atmospheric concentrations. And So we see some changes over time, but despite that, I still think that bison, Tatanka, Bojan, Hanacha is the most resilient to climate change because they're well adapted. If we think about where they existed from sea level, 13,000 feet, different climatic conditions, different latitudes, this animal has an extreme resiliency to change. So I think that it's still the best option that we have. If we see an increase in plant and animal biodiversity with bison, that means that the vegetation changes with buffalo. Then that applies to carbon sequestration. Buffalo help pull carbon from the atmosphere and put it into the ground because of their influence on biodiversity. They so I would say that despite the changes and the challenges, buffalo is going to be the best option for us for food security, food sovereignty, climate resiliency. Because I've seen buffalo sit out in 110-degree weather, even though they have shade. They they don't really mind really hot. And of course, when they put on their new winter coat, they can survive those extreme cold conditions too. I've seen calves born in the middle of winter. It takes 2 minutes for a calf to stand and 7 minutes for him to run. That's a little different than a cow. So I think if we want to really think about climate resiliency and food sovereignty and ensuring that our people have the ability to survive over time, despite the changes that we'll see coming, Buffalo is going to give us our best chance. But we've got to get that ability to enjoy and love that flavor and get rid of that cattle flavor. And that's going to be difficult for some to do, but it's still, many of you probably love buffalo, and I don't have to tell you that's better than cows. So
I wanted to also add that I can't remember the years, but I heard that the Texas Longhorns were brought to the plains along with the beef from Texas to replace the buffalo. That's why they were one of the reasons why they were killing all of the buffalo in the plains.
it was also after General George Armstrong Custer was killed at Battle of Greasy Grass that it became congressionally encouraged to kill buffalo in order to eliminate our food source. And so as buffalo were eliminated, then we were subjugated to kind of make bad decisions and bad land deals and things. So we were under the control once our food source was gone. In the back of the room, I had a couple questions there.
Mic check.
Good to go.
Mic check.
Oh,
Please check. COVID check. Per capita check. McCullough here is getting ready to go to sleep, so I'm trying to wake him up. I have some comments, and again, I want to thank James Radley for inviting me up here. And I came particular for this particular topic, but it's bigger than just bison. And Jason, you did a super job of laying out all the key points of the Oyate, and I'm pretty impressed, and I feel good about our future with your leadership. I'm going to grab a couple points here that you mentioned, but you mentioned genetics, and it's kind of a taboo deal. And let me back up here. My name is Phil Baird, and I've been in this business for 30 years, and trying to get tribal colleges to be a vehicle to support what you're talking about. But the genetics, when Texas A&M came to us, we said no. Elders, spiritual leaders said, don't mess with the DNA. So we didn't. But it dawned on me that we were asking the question, how much buffalo are you? And we've been doing that since forever. How much Indian are you? So I'm pointing to the issue of that these deals spin beyond just the circle of the bison or the herd that affects us as Native people. And blood quantum is a huge issue. I don't know how we're going to deal with that. I don't know how tribal government's going to deal with that. But again, you can't fault who you fall in love with and your significant other. But, you know, we're spending a lot of time with the genetics part, and I understand why. But let's don't get so caught up in that, I guess is my thinking and my feeling. Because in the end, the whole genetic deal, when they did that study over 30 years ago, it was about asking the question, how much buffalo are you? And if you had no beef, you had a better marketing capacity for all the qualities that you talked about. So that's something in the future we got to deal about. You mentioned education. And I don't know how you can do this without education. And you say there's now 74 tribes here, and there's only 37 tribal colleges. I'm leading up to as many people don't know that tribal colleges were designated in 1994 as land grant institutions, meaning we're on the same par with South Dakota State. We're eligible for USDA resources and what have you. And I went to IDPC and asked, where's our place? And again, not right or wrong response, but it's just like, well, this is tribal government. And tribal government's the member. So go through your tribe if you need anything. Well, you know, we're 1994 land grants. 30 years later, I have still yet to get a response about opening up the world that you're talking about and to those that influence day-to-day life, and that's educators. We talked about K through 12. We talked about ideas that you talked about. But again, the other half of economic development and nutrition and food sovereignty is how you're going to shut off our young people's path to that C-store. We all see it. And we can all aspire for a better world. But until we do something with those C-stores, it's going to be like that doctor said 25 years ago. My boss, Lionel Bordeaux, he said, Lionel, he said, you folks are in for a heck of a storm coming up here down the horizon. Diabetes. And so our whole nutrition has been subject to something other than what our ancestors grew up with. And when we introduced bison and we do elder Christmas meals, Thanksgiving meals, when we started doing that, a lot of meat was left over, bison. Why? Our elders wanted the traditional turkeys, beef, chicken, whatever. But what did that tell us? Rosewood just hosted a major session last Saturday on boarding school. That's the impact of the boarding school. I don't know if anyone's even talking about that. That we've taken our people away in that boarding school appearance from the very Walmart that Jason very well articulated there. And we're going to have to deal with that. That generation's starting to leave us. What are we going to do for the future? And I guess I'm back to the holistic approach. We're all in this together, native and even non-native. We're all in this together, and yet we've created, or we're respecting, and I appreciate that, boundaries. But I go back to what Crow Dog, our spiritual leader, said. In talking about a lot of these issues and a lot of frustration and pain and what have you. But in the end, Leonard Crow Dog always reminded us, he said, you got to realize there's two sets of laws. There's the laws of man and the laws of the universe. And what he didn't say or ask for, but the question begs itself is, what's going to prevail? Laws of man versus laws of the universe. And we can make all kinds of cases with climate change. And that's where I was kind of hoping that we're talking more about potential solutions, how we can close the gaps there. But again, you talk about going to Congress, been there and done it, state, been there and done it. And yet those are laws of man. And Grandmother Earth, when she's got a wake up call for us big time right now. And do I ever say that even COVID, and we're dealing with M. bovis COVID of the buffalo, kind of make some similarities to that. But that's just the beginning of the wave that's coming. And then they shut off the snow crab season. First time ever in Alaska. These are all pieces of the puzzle that are all coming together. So as we talk about Tatanka, that's good. And yet there's only 400 thou. We got what, 4 or 5 million native people, and then this country, do the multiplying. I just do Head Start math. But do the math and you can figure out how big this is. So I just wanted to offer those comments there for future discussion, that we can look at bison and that we're what it represents, but there's some spillover effects that's going to affect us native people. And so again, I just want to encourage, open that door up, bring people to the table. If they want to do co-ops, so be it. We tried that at Standing Rock, got a little political, went by the wayside, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. So again, I just leave you with the last words of that Leonard Croto talked about. What's going to prevail in the end? Laws of man or laws of nature? Phenomenal. Thank you.
I think the laws of nature will prevail, but I like your comments about not placing blood quantum on the buffalo. Uh, if it looks and tastes and sounds and acts like a buffalo, then that's good enough for many. Um, but if we scientifically look back, there we go. If we scientifically think about the genetics, we know that there's pretty high introgression of most buffalo in the United States, and that we know Yellowstone genetics are important. But there's even science now that say that there's 0.002% cattle genetics in Yellowstone. So that doesn't mean that those animals are not important anymore, or it doesn't mean that if a buffalo has got 10% cattle genetics isn't important. They're still going to serve a very important role on the land if we can allow them to exist as such. One important part of not manipulating a buffalo population is ensuring that you got a natural female to male ratio so that those bulls can adequately compete for themselves. If you have a 90-10 ratio, then you're obviously influencing the mating, and that's manipulation. And so those 500,000 buffalo that are in a commercial meat market are being genetically manipulated, which over time could have some implications. So, you know, not getting caught in the genetics conversation, but just ensuring that we're pulling from populations that have reputable uh, genetic lineage is kind of where we're kind of sitting. Out of the 76 member tribes of ITBC, there's probably only 5 or 10 that are really focused on the conservation genetics. They just want buffalo back. So the conservation doesn't necessarily apply to many. At Montana State University, we're implementing or promoting a certificate program in food sovereignty, so that if you go to MSU, you can get the classes to certify in traditional foods, whether that's salmon or rice or buffalo, or many of our tribes across the country have their traditional foods. So I think academically it's very important that we create culturally relevant research for our students. That's the college age. So these people that have gotten through high school and made it to college, that's great for them. But we've got to really catch our young people, our very youngest, from kindergarten through elementary. I think that's a real key time to have an influence. I think our tribal leaders are probably sitting in first and second grade right now. But how do we make sure that as they grow through elementary and get into middle school and high school, that we don't lose them into all this stuff that's going on around us with drugs and alcohol, the C-store, finding convenience and comfort as opposed to practicing our traditional ways. I try to take my kids and my nieces and nephews out hunting, and we're hunting elk and deer right now, and we're gathering minnows to go fishing. And when the ice comes, hopefully the ice keeps coming, but we've seen that change over the last 10 or 15 years too. I think we all have that role in helping some young person understand who they are as Lakota or Cheyenne or Shoshone or Arapaho. And I've heard a couple examples of how we can teach our young people about our beliefs and values and philosophy. But that's up to each one of us, I think, to ensure that we do that. We have a lot of problems coming, change is coming, and the amount of people that we need to feed, the amount of people on this planet is going to be a challenge. But we know that most of the world's biodiversity exists on lands managed and held by indigenous people. And that's because of that ecological paradigm that has more precedent than the economic one. And so, I think most important we can do in this country is ensure that we're telling people about our traditional ecological values, our indigenous knowledge, that many of our people here in this room have, that holistic understanding, that seventh generation or the seventh direction being right there for us, so that down the road, the way our grandmas and grandpas were thinking about 7 generations, we can help people understand that that's the way we need to be thinking again today, further down the road. So you bring up some great points and challenges that we're going to have ahead of us, but I still think that the more buffalo that we can get back on the land, and the more land that we can get for buffalo, is going to make it possible. We got to get buffalo in all of our satellite populations. We need to have those animals at 1,000 animals or more, and it's going to be a while before we see millions of buffalo again. Probably not in our lifetimes, but maybe down the road, buffalo will be the one that our people eat.
We'll do one more question, and then we gotta move on. So.
Wo pilan chichi apolo dona. Iha chantewa steya na pe chigulus papi. Hinche si changu kta hinche wa yuni na ya. O pia ke tatranka ya wogala kapina tukte wo ichun pikte kong. Na oaya tipi toshke hena wa kanjana yokia toshke wo kupikte kong hena chahe wo yukcha pikte. Na heche taku ota okachni gamna weki le hani hekta kia tuni tonkashla unchi tuni hechansa wogala kapshin kha takomini le wana wapche tokchapi ohe. I want to say good afternoon. My name's Keith Horslickin from Rosebud, St. Francis Community. You impact earlier about taking the buffalo meat to the schools, to the kids to learn. How is that is going to help them? Secondly, if these kids are so used to eating buffalo meat and they want it during the weekend, how are you going to help the parents get the buffalo meat? And how well is it going to understand the value of it? Just like Makola here said, that buffalo meat was very important, but other resources take the place. We talked about many times, I hear you talked about genetics. Grandfathers, grandmothers never talked like that in the past. It was just the buffalo and the horse, the elk and the deer. But time change, and all of this changing, the climate change, we change. We talk about our way of life in the English language. well do we stand with that? Our kids need to speak our language first before we start teaching them and helping them to eat the bison or the buffalo so they can understand all parts of it as all of us do. And that's kind of a real touchy situation about taking it to the schools. Maybe other places understand and other places don't because of the curriculum, the state curriculum of the USDA food. And that's another issue that needs to be talked about too in that. So there's a lot that is on the table and there's a lot that needs to be taught. And if you brought buffalo meat, how many of us will eat buffalo? It's another question, you know? There's only very few. Some just raised their hands up like my brother-in-law, Phil. Just kidding. But anyway, you know, that's where it's at today. So I just want to clarify that with you. And I know English language is very important, but it's also dangerous how you put it and how you write it down because one word will fight over it. But our language and Lakota language is one meaning and we'll stand by it. So I just want to share that with you. Thank you.
Wapila. Yeah, we're looking at having some studies because we know that if kids eat buffalo meat, that over time their cognitive decision making and skills improve. Buffalo meat is good for the brain. And if we're feeding our children, we can measure the test scores increase because of the cognitive ability of eating buffalo. And so, you know, getting that buffalo into the diet of our school children is only happening in a few places. We want to see it increase. You know, not every tribe has enough buffalo to get the meat into their school programs yet. So, and you know, there's not very many organizations that will fund a 20-year study. They'll fund 3 to 5 year studies, but we need some young people or families themselves eating buffalo meat throughout the week for years, and have some data that we can collect that shows how healthy that their lives have improved because of that. Now, the genetics issue is always a touchy one for indigenous people because that's science. You know, when it was the buffalo, when there were elk and there were deer, that was before they were influenced by the cow. And that was a decision that was made long ago, before any of us, 1900s, when they tried to crossbreed cows and buffalo to create those beefalo and cattle. That, in my mind, was a mistake. To paint that buffalo genetics with cows, that was a mistake. In order to improve or help to the best of our ability fix that mistake is to ensure that we are restoring buffalo that have those reputable genes. That means they come from certain populations. So I am trained in science because I went and got a degree, 2 degrees in environmental science, so that I could have a better background and understanding about ecology and biology and these principles. My vow personally was to go get an education and then move home and learn more about my cultural belief ways and systems, my languages. So I've acquired my degrees and now I've moved home. I've been home 6 years and I'm working on my language, my Shoshone language. I'm also working on the Arapaho language because that's who we share our reservation with, our historic enemy. But it's important that I have that background in that way of thinking. So I like your point about that, but I'm doing my best, my personal journey to learn my languages because I've got the science background now, but it's very important for me to learn as much as I can from our elders, from Shoshone and Arapaho people, and be able to carry forth my language because I struggled with alcohol for several years because I look in the mirror and wonder why I can't speak wonder why I don't know these certain things. A lot of people do that. We have to find our own healing. I found my healing in Buffalo. Put that alcohol away 4.5 years ago.
Oh.
So we all heal. We're all on our own healing journey. Buffalo for me is really healing. Ensuring that we give back to our kids, community, and relearning our ways. That's what we got to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's thank Jason for that great talk. Thank you, Jason. You know, we're talking about something very important to our culture, as you've seen through Jason's talk and all the questions here. And so we have this great drum group here with us, and we asked them if they would render a Tatanka song for us too. So as we get ready for our next presentation, would you please offer that? Thank you.
Wopililo. Umpo, you want to set up? I was gonna tell my taha, where'd he go? To eat buffalo is healthy, and to eat beef we get diabetes. Buffalo makes us healthy, and beef makes us sick.
So the mic's been going off and on a little bit here. Right, you got the back.
Is there an adapter? Oh, there it is. Let me pull it up before I plug it in. I think it's
Well, as we continue with the agenda, I wanted to introduce Ampo Jensen from the International Treaty Council, who is Oglala Lakota, who grew up on a Pine Ridge Indian reservation and graduated with a master's degree in civil and environmental engineering from Stanford University. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. As a writer, author, and poet, Ampo interweaves her experiences as an Oglala woman, engineer, and advocate for indigenous rights and solutions in health, treaty rights, and water and climate protection. So with that, please welcome Ampo. Ampo.
Mitakiapi, Shantevashte Napechi Zape Ampos, Hoimachiapi na Kyuksa Tioshpae Mataha, Wazi Aha Elwati, na Inawayaki Don Frankichiapi na Atewayaki Albert Frankichiapi. I'd like to first ask all my elders and everyone older than me to forgive me for speaking in front of them. So today I'll be talking about bridging science, engineering, and Lakota knowledge for climate and water health. But before I get started, kind of just wanted to share where I come from. I come from the Kyuksa Tioshpae. My mother's Dawn Frank and my father's Albert Frank and the late TJ Jensen. As he just mentioned, I graduated with my bachelor's and master's in civil environmental engineering, and today I am the environmental health research specialist for the International Indian Treaty Council. So just to give you, I guess, an outline of what we're going to talk about today. So I'm 26 years old, pretty young. I grew up I went to school at Red Cloud. I grew up in Calico, but I also grew up really close to Gaka, Rick Two Dogs, and my parents lived really well. And so I was always very inspired by all of them, Maina, Athleen. So I just wanted to give them a quick shout out. Okay, so basically, when I went off to school, there's something that they tell young people, and they used to tell me, not my parents, but I used to hear this a lot, was you're going to have to walk in two worlds. And when I got there, I was like, okay, I'm going to have to walk in two worlds, whatever that means. But it didn't sit right. It was confusing. And one of the things that was really important was that I realized I had more in common with foreign students than I did Americans, and I think a lot of us kind of have that experience where we don't really necessarily all the way fit in with American society, which is a good thing. And so because of that, I decided, why do I have to walk in two worlds? Why does everyone else get to walk in one world? So I said, okay, I'm just gonna be Lakota, be who I am wherever I go. And so that kind of started off the trajectory of my experience in school and studying engineering. And then second, because of that, my thought process was, okay, I'm here to learn, and I'm going to learn as much as I can. And so what I'm going to be presenting to you is kind of, what they're talking about in an engineering perspective, as I guess an informant. Like, I'm learning as much as I can because I'm gonna come and tell you the way they think. This is how they view the world, and it's kind of crazy. And then I'll talk about my work with the International Indian Treaty Council and how we're looking at the floodplain area and the Black Hills and the impact of legacy gold mining, and how a lot of the things that are happening today are human rights violations, and they started 200 years ago, and we're just now feeling the impacts, especially in our water, and it's coming through our health disparities. So there was a theme in my studies which was sea level rise. That was the first thing that most people were interested in because of Hurricane Katrina. Then there are wildfires. California is one of the biggest case studies, in Australia. Floods, we're hearing that a lot, that we live in a really unique place where, floods are more common, and we have a high precipitation rate. So there's a lot of themes going on here, and so I'll be mentioning that. And then also my experience in water systems. So I went to school for about 7 years, and I had different research projects, first with water systems, because I thought that in cities, I thought that was something that I would have to, that was something I had to have some learn something from. And then the second is rural communities. They don't pay attention to a lot of reservations in terms of solutions, engineering solutions. They're always fighting us. And so I had to look overseas. And so I did a research project in Uganda. I was never there because it was during the pandemic, but they had a really unique way of approaching and adapting to limited water resources. So first of all, we have, extreme wildfires all across California. And the way they started off this course that I was in is they showed a picture of Yosemite. And they don't talk about indigenous peoples, and we all know that. So I had to raise my hand up and say, hey, there's something going on here that no one's talking about. And if you look on the right side, you'll see there's not a lot of trees there. There's people there, there's not a lot of trees. On the left side, there's a high density of trees. And people would think that's a good thing. But what they don't know is when they remove the indigenous peoples from that territory, they were removing, the steward, like a vital vein to the ecosystem, which was the indigenous peoples. And they moved them. And so they have this over density of trees growing all over California. And that's because they're not there. They're not living there. They're not cutting the wood. They're not using it to live. And so because of that, I had to raise my hand and point that out to them. And this is the way they're training engineers today is they're making plans without us. They're trying to adapt to climate change. It's the big talk, but they're not really addressing, the elephant in the room. So I think a couple years ago on NPR, they talked about how tribal controlled burns were, vital and they're the key. And that's for a reason, because with controlled burns, you burn a little bit, you don't burn the root. And I think earlier they talked a lot about how buffalo only cut the top, they graze it, they don't pull out the root. The same way we go and get sage, we don't pull out the root. Controlled burns do that too. But with wildfires, the temperatures get so high, they end up burning all the microbes, and so nothing will grow again. So that's a real threat to us too. And then secondly, they have this, get my breath for a second. They have this talk within the engineering ground about paradigm shift. So they know that there needs to be a change, but they're still not addressing indigenous rights or indigenous sovereignty, and they're still not elevating our treaties. So there's a lot of potential here, and this is just kind of where they were, how it was at that point. So Hurricane Katrina was another really valuable case study that I was able to look at through a course. And basically, it comes down to the Army Corps of Engineers and how they created this failed levee system. And it ended up harming, primarily Black community. Most indigenous and marginalized people are affected first. We know that. But this is designed. They man-made this. And so it's important to recognize that there are these clashes that exist in other communities, and especially ours. And I think Standing Rock is a really good case of that. Thank you. And then they started creating plans. All right, Hurricane Katrina is a really bad thing that was happening, and they still were trying to grapple their minds around climate change. Before, it was kind of a hush-hush thing, as they mentioned. No one really wanted to talk about it. But one of the really interesting things that we should learn from Hurricane Katrina, even though they're not indigenous, is that they excluded their indigenous communities down there, but the governments themselves are highly unorganized. FEMA was a failure, state level was a failure, federal. These people in this time of calamity couldn't reach out to these government sources that were supposed to be there. So it's really important that we think about our own tribal sovereignty and how we can't necessarily shape our plans around them or wait for them, because this was a really important case study that showed that they ignored a lot of the pleas of their own people. Indoor air pollution. We talked about, I think Gaka mentioned in a prophecy, Gaka Rick mentioned wildfires, and we see that. And then the other one was air pollution. And, we talk about culture and STEM and all of that. And the way I view engineering and science is it's just a different language. It's not really a philosophy. It's just a language. And so with that, I think it was the prophecy about, when the sun sets, the sun will change colors. And me and my friend were thinking about it, and what's going on there. So what's happening when the sun sets, and you have this, like, as he explained, there was a smog they saw in New York that was covering the sun rays, and it changed the color. What was happening is we have long wave radiation that comes in from the sun, and it emits a color. But when this smog is there, this air pollution is there, it's intensifying that long wave radiation, and so people in cities get sick more often because of that too. And so it's because those chemicals and that pollution, they emit different lights, different wavelengths, so that's why it changes color. So our prophecies, explain these things, and I believe they explain them much more profoundly in the language than they do in engineering. But that was a really interesting thing I wanted to touch on. But here's another thing, a really interesting case study. So sorry, talking too fast. So basically, in India, these people, they burn inside their houses. They have wood stoves, and they've been having really, really high health disparities with their breathing and their lungs, and they've been dying a lot sooner. And so what these engineers did, they said, okay, we're trying to help them. Let's go help them. So they get these fancy stoves and they put them inside the house, and they expect them to use them. But these people, they don't want to assimilate. They don't want to um, give up their ways. They've been using traditional stoves for such a long time. So these engineers thought, okay, we need to make this community based. We need to have their input. We need to elevate their culture and their language in order to address this disparity. And I think that's the actual key to these interventions is our identity and our culture, our language as Lakota people. So they're doing this for everywhere else in the world but us. And I thought that was really shocking. And I think, as people, we should be able to hold them to those standards if they're doing it for other countries and not ours, because we are our own nation. So here's a presentation, or I guess a poster presentation that I presented a couple years ago. It's called Computational Modeling for Innovative Water Systems. And so this is really interesting because I go in and it's about the Bay Area and how they're gonna adapt because sea levels rising, their water systems are under threat. So they're trying to decentralize, which means they're trying to, instead of just depending on one water system, they're trying to depend on 12. So if one goes down, they'll have 11. And I worked on this project all summer, and it was basically understanding the financial feasibility. Like they'd mentioned before, they're only focused on the economic perspective. So we were looking at the financial feasibility of this. But unfortunately, fortunately, it reminded me of our Tioshbais and how leadership was decentralized and how a lot of our systems and indigenous philosophy is decentralized. So they're trying to do it, but they can't figure it out. And I just want to emphasize, this is where we come in and where our culture comes in and our philosophy. The other, we were hearing presentations all day yesterday and today about someone mentioned how groundwater systems in our area is actually increasing. The water is increasing. And we know that there are certain areas that are contaminated with different, like mercury. There's a study I'll be talking about later. But in Uganda, it was really interesting because they're poor. They don't have a lot of things the way we do to rely on. So what the engineers did was they used the resources they had to create a mechanical pump to use their hands to draw up water in these borehole systems. And this was amazing because the community was involved in this. It wasn't the engineers, it wasn't Stanford. The community was able to use, but over there they had like these cans called jerry cans, and it's all they have. They don't have measurements, buckets or anything. So they used those, and we measured the water intake with those jugs. And so this is a really good case study of how we can use what we have to address. The solutions are there. We can use whatever we have on the reservation to solve our water crisis, if you will. It's not entirely. Um, we don't need fancy things, and so it also reminds me of what a lot of elders have been talking about how we need to be practical. And this is a really interesting practical solution. So they would send the community would send the data back to me, and I would analyze it and send it back to them. And so we were kind of thinking about ways that it could be community led and not, institutionally led. So these projects exist out there that are very applicable to us. So this is a really funny project that I came up with in undergrad. So we were just talking about how youth are they need to see their culture when they're young, and I really agree with that because a lot of everything I did, I thought about the teachings of our community. And so I went in knowing that we were already very intelligent people, and the teepee was really, really like interesting. And so I presented this, and it was really funny because they thought I was crazy. And yeah, it was really bold to do that at the time. So basically, in this project, we looked at what's the minimum force to topple over a teepee, and we were trying to calculate that. But it's really important that we understand, and I'm glad I did this because I tell young people that our structures are really, really intelligent, and that I wanted to show it some way. So we kind of, when I did this project, I wanted to see how much force it would take a teepee to blow over. As I went along, I found out that it was a very complicated mathematical solution that I wasn't at the level to solve for, which is really awesome. So what I did was we solved it in a very closed system, very simple way for my level of education at the time. So we had to make all these assumptions, assume the canvas doesn't weigh anything, assume that the teepee is only three structures or three faces, like a triangle, a pyramid. We had to make these assumptions in order to look at it. And I only really share this with my own people or youth. So here's a really good free body diagram. What they teach you, how they teach you to analyze. So there's that, and some of the math that I worked out. But like I said before, it was too complicated because the structure is aerodynamic. And if you think about my level, which is just study engineers study really hard, flat surfaces. Like our TP was too intellectual. It would you couldn't actually count how much wind force was on hitting the side of a teepee because it would just go by. It would just fly past the teepee. Is aerodynamic. So in a lot of ways, you could have taken this project to aerospace aeronautics, and they would have to look at it. So I thought that was really awesome. And then we also know that the center is really important. But I just wanted to highlight that. So yeah, at this time, I wanted to kind of take some questions about that before I get into the rest of the stuff. I don't know if people have heard this before or seen it before, but I just wanted to show you some case studies that I worked on.
So if you have any questions per her request, please do now. Well, I have a question. That's really interesting. We talked a little bit about the importance of the symbol as well as the teepee in terms of the vortex. We heard that yesterday from our traditional leaders as well. What are the potential applications for that understanding of the power, the strength of the teepee, going forward in terms of maybe sustainable housing or those sort of newer ideas, Bo?
I love that question because so the vortex. So here's another thing. The triangle is one of the strongest forms of structures that we have. So that's why bridges are made with triangles. And the teepee has about 12 triangles or more that make it up that make it a circular. And so the vortex, which I thought was really interesting, the Gopemini, um, I was told that it was really important because that's how our prayers go through to the other side above. And Einstein, it's actually an Einstein theory, the vortex, the wormhole. So that's beyond my scope, but that's a parallel that I thought was really cool. And I think people who are interested in space and all of that would also find that really cool. But they also teach us that the twist, when you twist things, it's really strong. It improves the stability of the structure. So that's why it's really hard for them to get these harder surfaces to twist, but we figured it out. So it was pretty cool. But hopefully that answers your question. So after all this school and all of this going through all that, I'm really privileged to work with International Indian Treaty Council because they were able to support my interest in contributing back to, where I come from. This was a study published by Red Cross, and everyone can use it. It's these statistics are really, really high, and they're very shocking, I guess. And when we advocate, and just recently I presented to the UN Special Rapporteur on Toxics and Water, I show them the study because this is how bad it is. We think about developing countries, there's one right here. A lot of reservations have these disparities that are on par with the rest of the world. And yet they want to fix the problems overseas and not here. So that's a part of our advocacy is making people look within. It's here. So here we have these really high statistics, and mercury, and we're trying to understand. They come from somewhere. We all know they do. This is our lived experiences. So let's look at the let's look at where they come from. So this was a study done, and I think the people who were involved in the study might be here, so they could comment on it too. But it was really interesting because, as I mentioned before, last year, it was really hard to find data on our water on the reservation. Cool. Oh, okay, thank you. So yeah, it was really hard for me to find data on our water systems. And so this was one of the few reports that was done in 2020. And here they tested all the water in different areas. And they tested it for a lot of things: mercury, uranium, mobidium. And they actually found really high content or levels on the water, on the reservation, 8 times over the accepted EPA limit. So going back to how we, trying to identify the sources of where our health is coming from is my job as an environment health engineer, and it goes back to them. Oh, it's on this one. Okay, thank you. So it goes back to how they destroyed our way of life. We all know that. But they essentially severed our relationship with the rest of our environment. And we know that. It's kind of ridiculous to share that. But a lot of people don't know that. So 11 out of 16 samples on the reservation, had high levels of mercury. Mobidium is in water and is also in the water, and there's high levels. And we were kind of told that when children swim, they're exposed to that mobidium, and it has health impacts on them too. Uranium, 14 out of 15 samples. But the interesting thing about the case of mercury and uranium is mercury is a lot more urgent, and especially when we talk about advocating on an international level, because mercury stays in your body for a long time. So women and children are really, really at risk for all kinds of different effects. There are cases in other areas such as like California and testimonies that IITC collected about how mercury is. Thank you. No worries. How mercury is can even go on to your unborn child, and so a child will be born with mercury, and it affects your brain development. It's a neurotoxin, so it has you can cause learning disabilities. But one of the really interesting things that I found over the past year, before I get into this, is that when we have high rates of suicide and depression on our reservation, and that comes to no surprise to a lot of us. But what's interesting about this is mercury causes chronic fatigue syndrome. And chronic fatigue syndrome is where you're always feeling sluggish, tired, you're not feeling yourself 100%. So if you're constantly intaking water, this is a theory, if you're constantly intaking water with mercury, we may be misdiagnosing people, and it might be your water. It takes 3 to 6 months to fully get over the impacts of chronic fatigue syndrome. So if you're 6 months and you take another gulp or you keep intaking it, it could last several years. And I think that's a really unique perspective that has to be looked at. So where does this all lead us? I threw a lot at you about environmental engineering solutions, the things that exist out there. I also kind of talked a lot about the problems at home that we're all aware of, and these two studies that are the very few that I found. And so a lot of this is really important because the way I think about it is how the Fort Laramie treaties of 1851 and 1868, how they were about 200 years ago, and how they can be when I engage with other engineers or other people who are in this realm of climate change adaptation planning, I kind of mentioned that they should look into the treaties because those are essentially the minimum standard of what should be respected. And they're currently not doing that right now. So it takes a lot to advocate about this. We use UNDRIP, and how, it's in the declaration that addressing certain aspects of our rights are the minimum standard. We talked about buffalo, that's also an UNDRIP declaration. And so, yeah, with all of this and our experiences, our testimonies, the data, the limited data, it all builds a case as to how we need to start calling on these officials and start calling on people at the UN to look in and to conduct these studies. Because essentially, it's what we have to work with right now. So I write a lot, and I think he mentioned that I do poetry. And I wrote this article because people think that it was a long time ago, but we all know that it isn't, and that intergenerational hope and that wisdom that we get from our elders here today and our spiritual leaders are the key. And so engineering is a tool, but I strongly believe that the Lakota way and our values, and as they mentioned before, the spiritual laws are the foundation. And so it's just looking at ways to elevate those in looking for solutions. At this point, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Uncle, for that presentation. As a person who works in STEM, I really appreciate how you're bringing together climate change and STEM, science and technology, as well as the importance of our culture and especially young people. And I was impressed with your resume as I got to know more of your work. Do we have any questions for Ampo? Okay, please use your microphone and name and affiliation.
Andrea from IITC. I wanted to ask you a couple of things that I kind of know the answer to, but I think other people would be interested. One is a resolution that we just put forth to National Congress of American Indians relating to mercury. But AMPO provided some data that really linked climate change to mercury concentrations, and maybe you could talk about that. And also, AMPO and one of our other staff members, our staff attorney, were able to get a grant to do some additional water testing coming up to further along this data that they already have, and including impacts of climate change. So I'm wondering if you could talk about those two things that we're using like right now for advocacy. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll start with a study. So yeah, we received a small grant. $30,000 is going to go towards the water testing, and that's how expensive it is. It's crazy. So we'll be rolling that out, and we're going to be testing water in the Black Hills where there's a floodplain area, because where the mines are, we know that it exists there. And we're trying to look at if when climate change happens or the floods occur, it's going to further flood down onto the reservation, because that's the way the surface waters operate. And so yeah, we're going to be testing water in just 3 weeks. And the second thing was about, can you remind me the first?
Oh, the link between climate change and mercury. We know the mercury in the water table here is from the old gold mines, just like California, Alaska, other places. They used mercury for ore extraction of gold before 1950. So that's where it comes from. It doesn't go away, but the relationship between what's happening with the water and the mercury levels, if you the same information you provided us for our resolution.
Yeah, so the basically what's going to happen is mercury has a high, it stays around for a long time. It doesn't go anywhere. It goes into fish, and that's another thing that I forgot to mention, was that the fish advisory levels are very high for mercury. And the last data point that I found on the website for agriculture and fishery is actually done in 1997. So there's this big giant gap of understanding just how much mercury is in our waters. And so what Andrea was mentioning is, with climate change, in theory, if mercury is in the water, um, and you have a high evaporation rate that's going to occur, the concentration in mercury is going to increase. So there's a lot of different variables at play, especially with warming temperatures. And that's another thing that was really interesting. With the high precipitation rate that's happening, it occurs with warmer temperatures, warmer air. And that's what they just explained to us earlier yesterday. So, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Reno Red Cloud. I'm with the Oceti Tribe Water Resource Department. And I am aware of this first sampling that was done, I think back in 2019 or 2020. And it did create a lot of excitement because of the mercury. But, through my years of working with the water programs on the Pine Ridge Reservation, I know that we're in a naturally occurring area of uranium, and I'm glad you're having another sampling process, because through my years of even working at Tammany Wachoni, we have the research review board that analyzes groups coming into the reservation to do sampling. Then they come and they get their results, but I'm glad that a follow-up's coming, because one sampling, snapshot doesn't tell the whole story about our reservations, because we have water departments that sample for the Safe Drinking Water Act. We have water departments that sample for the Clean Water Act. And if this was really a problem that needed to come to the public's notice, you're required by law to do a public notification. And me being the administrator of the water code, I never seen nothing, no violations on mercury or nothing. So I'm glad you guys are doing this as a follow up because if there is a problem, then it's going to have to be addressed with the tribe and all of its environmental programs. And I am part of the environmental health technical team. So I'd recommend if you're going to do any sampling, that you come to my department and get a water permit for research and data, because that's what it's a requirement, so that you just don't come in and sample all over, especially if you're going to go into our public rural water systems, and you need to get their permission to do it too. So, and then, coordination, communication was brought up at this meeting many times with drought, but that's another concern. If we're going to start losing the availability of water, then our contaminants are probably going to increase too. So, but if we could coordinate this effort in a way where we're all informed about it, instead of having it done and then coming back and saying your water is all contaminated. Because through my years of working with the tribe, I've heard that scenario many times. So, but I think we could just work together on doing it. So instead of, because even to this day, I worked with USGS one time, and they did 52 samples on the reservation, and I think 41 of them came back positive for fecal coliform. So what we did is we went back and we resampled every one of theirs. We worked with the sanitarian at IHS. We redid the whole thing, and here we come back with only 4 samples bad. So at that time, the conclusion was that their mobile laboratory that they were using was contaminated. So I think, if we're going to do it, let's do quality control, quality, assurance on the sampling program. That's just my concern. But I'm glad that it's being done, because my second question is, where do you think the mercury is coming from? From all this uranium mining in Igloo and Edgemont, or because I don't know if it's naturally occurring on the reservation.
Thank you. Yeah, I would look forward to working with you. But one of the things that's really, I think, interesting is that it's kind of a human right to be able to test your own water. Um, anyone can take a sample from wherever they are and test it if I'm correct. Um, but so it's more of like a community awareness about what's in our water. But back to the mercury, I hear that a lot from engineers, how they say certain things are naturally occurring, but cyanide is also naturally occurring, but doesn't make it bad. Um, and so with the mercury, though, the Homestake mine is one of the largest gold mines in, I think, the world. And with when they extracted the gold, they had to use mercury to float the gold to the top of the waters, and the mercury doesn't go anywhere. Um, and so that's why we're starting in the Black Hills, because we're trying to identify the source, as you mentioned. And I do recall you from last year mentioning about how there needs to be a further study. Um, and so yeah, we're looking at the floodplain area and seeing where that drains. And so my experience is in watersheds and surface water flow. There's a lot that can happen. You're right. We have to kind of speculate. There's a lot that can happen from the start to the end. But the truth is, it happened. The gold mining happened. We have no evidence of where that mercury is. And this isn't a first study that's ever happened. This has been done in the California, the gold rush. They experienced the gold rush, and today their mercury is more concentrated in their fish, and it's harming their way of life. And so a lot of their teachings, a lot of their culture is in their fish and their salmon. And so now they can't really access that because they're all contaminated. And so we want to kind of look at that framework that they provided. And yes, I think it's a really interesting conversation about how we don't have the data. So we have to kind of rely on testimony and stories because that's kind of where it starts. It's called in research, it's like the snowball effect. You start somewhere and you keep going and keep building, and that snowball gets bigger and bigger. So that's kind of where we are right now. But yeah, thank you very much. I agree about your recommendations and your support.
If there's no other questions, I think we'll stop there. And we'll take a 10-minute break. Get some coffee, get some, we have some refreshments there, Phil? Sweets? No? No sweets. Sorry about that. I was promised you something, but it didn't happen. I was hoping it magically occur, but it didn't. We'll take 10 minutes and then we'll have our next two presentations. 10 minutes. Uh-huh.
This is a house break, so you can do jumping jacks and or run in place. Uh, Manny, can you lead them in some exercises? Duksa Manny and Ivan spinach yakten. Hena naji hechina yaina kakten. Nash napsipsirinich yakten nakun. Just one quick announcement. Uh, we sent out that survey, Monkey, survey for the conference. It should be an email if you registered online. So please fill that out for us so we can learn from this conference and planning future events. So please check your email if you registered online. we have a rise in the young professionals. So they remember those days, remember those times. They're not being disrespectful. In fact, they're being respectful to the elders when I say, excuse me for speaking in front of my elders. I just wanted to explain that. And in some of the Tioshpayes, um, they have their leadership. So you don't want to speak over your leadership, your Tioshpaye leadership. So that's kind of what I understand it. The other thing is, I'm very proud of these young professionals. We koshkalakaki. We need to do more mentoring for these young professionals. Start bringing them to these meetings. Start bringing them to the treaty meetings. Help them understand so they don't have to recreate the wheel. We have to leave a trail for them so that they will pick up the fight that we fight as far as the treaty. And they tell me over the last year or two, we've made progress in the treaty area. So, and it usually doesn't happen right away. So, hopefully, very soon we'll get some footage or leverage with the treaty battles. Thank you. We're counting down from 4 minutes, and we'll start the next session. On the Zoom will be. So hopefully our equipment is working properly. Testing 1 2. Just wanted to let you know that we have some youth having a bake sale in the back of the room there. Um, Cookies, Coke Pops, drinks, candy, and much more. Stop by and support the youth. We have a young lady um, doing a fundraiser for homeless shelters in Mission, South Dakota. So if you could go there, and I know some of you, I know Tim Mintz probably has a sweet tooth. I know Manny has a sweet tooth. So go back there and buy something for them, for the homeless shelters. Or you can buy something and give it to James. He has a sweet tooth. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Well, good. Well, we had to do an audible. We had to do an audible this afternoon. Our next presenter was a BIA climate travel liaison, and she was going to call in from Kansas. She works in the Northern Great Plains, and she emailed us this morning saying that she came down with the COVID. So she's not feeling very good today, and so asked if we would excuse her. And so with that, we're really happy to have a young man here come and step in today and to step up and help us and to talk about the work that he's doing with the Oceti Sakowin and the tribes of the Great Plains. His name is Dr. Joseph Robertson, and he is a chief data scientist for Mato Ohitika Analytics LLC. And so he's a graduate, got his PhD from South Dakota State University, and he does a lot of work with data and data sovereignty. And so he has a tremendous bio. I won't read it to you today. I'm sure he'll share with that as he sees fit. But I want to thank personally Joseph for stepping up today and helping us out with this time. And I know his work and his ideas will be interesting to the work that we're going forward. So with that, please help me welcome Dr. Joseph Robertson.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Phil and all the folks here for the invitation to come and speak about my work. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to just kind of make a general comment about AMPO's last presentation, that a lot of the work that's being done, there's a lot of crossover that's happening. And so it's always important that as we work as relatives, that we're finding those ways to connect with each other so we can get outcomes done that actually do benefit our communities. So, I was kind of asked as an audible to do a quick presentation. So, part of what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about the Indian land cessions and how I'm using data science to examine the ideas around, I guess first and foremost, since we're talking about climate change, you might be wondering why we would talk about land cessions. I'm going to bridge a few things together today. And so what I'd like to do is just give a glance about who I am. I want to give you an introduction to the Data Sovereignty Initiative, my doctoral work that I completed in 2018. Talk about a little bit about federal Indian law, and then kind of pivot to some of the work I'm doing in data science, as well as looking at some land cession examples, and then briefly talk about how we're bridging this with this idea of land acknowledgement. So I'm an enrolled member of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate of the Lake Traverse Reservation. I'm a Dakota citizen of my nation. I'm the founder and chief data scientist of Mato Ohitika Analytics LLC, a Native American data science company working on developing smart solutions for tribal communities using machine learning, artificial intelligence research and development. And my current education, I have a doctorate in philosophy and computational science and statistics from South Dakota State University, a master of science in statistics, and I'm a highly qualified mathematics teacher where I taught on the reservations here in South Dakota. for a number of years, and I have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics. So usually whenever I start a talk, I always want to introduce anyone that's watching about who we are as people of the Oceti Sakowin. So as part of the work I do in my company is I make maps. And so this is a map that I put together as part of a talk I gave at the University of North Carolina School of Data Science last year to help introduce people about our people. And so this map here just represents the 9 federally recognized tribes, and these are the names of the reservations. And historically, the Native Americans that comprised the Great Sioux Nation consisted of the 3 divisions of the Oceti Sakowin, or the 7 Council Fires, which include the Dakota, Nakota, and Lakota people. The Dakota people are comprised of the Sitomni, Wakpetuan, Wakpekute, and the Mdewa-Kantuan are the oldest of the 3 divisions. The Nakota people are comprised of the Ihanktuan, Ihankwana, and then the Lakota are comprised of the Tituan. I'm an enrolled member of Lake Traverse Reservation there, and I'm registered in the old agency district. This is an example of land acknowledgement I did for the University of North Carolina to recognize the state and federally recognized tribes in the urban Indian centers in North Carolina. There's been, when I was asked to give a keynote to this conference, they wanted to do their first land acknowledgement about the people of North Carolina. So there's lots of interesting things happening in this space, but I just wanted to show you a few examples. This is an example of some of the work I'm doing with North Dakota Native Vote and looking at the land cessions from the perspective of the Turtle Mountain bands. And so I made this map for the training that I did a few months ago for the people when I went up to visit them. This is a set of land sessions that I did just in late July at a geospatial conference to demonstrate the Minnesota land cessions, and particularly the Traverse des Sioux Treaty and the Treaty of Mendota, and trying to better understand and help educate myself and our communities about these. This is one I just finished, and I did a training in Wisconsin with a group that I'm working with, and these are the land cessions from Wisconsin. And then just last week, I was working with a number of Native students in the Sioux Falls School District at Lincoln High School, and I was interviewed about land acknowledgements. And so I thought it would be good to create just a little graphic about whose land does the school sit on. And so this is an example of some of the research that I've done that helps us better understand whose land we're on. So the Data Sovereignty Initiative is a framework that I designed in my doctoral work, The Impact of Data Sovereignty on American Indian Self-Determination, a framework proof of concept using data science. Essentially, what I've been hearing in many of these gatherings is, how are we bridging this idea of culture and science together? I think it's really, really important to define boundaries or ways for us to understand us as Native people, but also how do we utilize science in meaningful ways to help our people. So the Data Sovereignty Initiative is a collection of methods and concepts that's a way to responsibly bridge science and culture. Basically, the initiative provides an interdisciplinary system of analytical theories built using data science that intersects culture, nation building, higher education, pedagogical design, and citizen science. And so what we're trying to do is establish this new praxis in understanding American Indian tribal sovereignty. I think Phil has been mentioning that all day, of thinking about how do we think about sovereignty as people and as nations. And so we're using this concept of data sovereignty to help strengthen tribal sovereignty. So these are just a few blueprints that I designed to help people better understand that there are these cultural and scientific key indicators that I designed during my PhD work at South Dakota State University. And so we've got cultural and we've got scientific, and then we have interdisciplinary ideas. And essentially what we're doing is trying to gather intelligence from our communities that we visit so we can design systems that honor tribal sovereignty, honor cultural tribal governance, and tribal communities, culture, and history. So the idea here is if you take these very strategically and you interlock them, it creates a smart solution for tribal communities by integrating cultural, scientific, and interdisciplinary methods of design and consultation. So that's kind of the underlying framework that is the basis of what I'm doing with my work with Matau Hitika Analytics. So let me just quick define data sovereignty is the context of nation building, is the application and use of data to leverage a data-driven outcome as a strategic act of sovereignty. And of course, we're the only ethnic group in the US with a sovereign status that's governed by case law and federal Indian law and Supreme Court decisions. And so essentially what this means is when we create data infrastructure using the data sovereignty initiative, strategic planning, business intelligence, data collection, and practice are the drivers for not only ownership of this data, but strategic management of that data to act in a highly probabilistic way of affecting a policy outcome. So essentially, that's kind of just in a nutshell the kind of the governing work that I do within my company. And again, just from this perspective, tribal sovereignty is a governing action unique to American Indian tribes, and this is realized in many abstract and concrete ways in governance. Data science outlines a dynamic and multi-dimensional way to actualize phenomena with data. And the data sovereignty initiative, again, it was used is designed to affect highly probabilistic outcomes and policies. So that's just always a work in progress. And the data sovereignty needs to utilize high ethical standards to have data work for marginalized communities through nation building. And of course, these ethical standards are built into these systems through intelligence gathering and community consultation. One of the things that I think is often overlooked, and when I did a lot of my literature review and my PhD work, was really looking at and trying to understand what actually is federal Indian law. And I know many of us have heard of that, and many of us, some are experts in it, but really I wanted to just give a quick introduction about federal Indian law and a couple of just ideas that I've been throwing around to like help us better understand that the land cessions are ideas of land acknowledgement, and then how we are applying science to, like, let's say, climate change or to our sovereign territories. Any of these things always comes back to the history of our people within this country. And so this was just at the beginning of Felix Coham's Handbook of Federal Indian Law, that every week, 2 maps appear on the front page of Indian Country Today, the most widely circulated Native American newspaper. This is out of his book. And these 2 maps remind readers of the impact that 500 years of Indian-white relations have had on Indian people. One map depicting the land ownership in 1492 shows the present boundaries within the United States, interior labeled Indian Country, which is about 3.5 million square miles. And on the other map, it shows that the United States, present time, the multicolored spots represent Indian Country, are minuscule and barely noticeable. This current representation to the right follows in the footstep of what Cohen deemed as why history matters. Historical perspective is the central importance to the field of Indian law to analyze legal issues raised by statutes, treaties, and cases. This is a map that I created to help us better understand that after the current reservation land base is about 87,000 square miles. And the state of it, basically all of our current homelands fit in the size of Idaho. So with federal Indian law, how Native people are defined through colonialism, I think it's really important to understand that settler colonialism is the reason why we've been displaced from our lands. It's a construct. It's an ongoing occupation that we're fighting for our lands every day. And so understanding that is really, that's a tough thing to do because there's lots of ways people talk about this. But what I'd like to do here is just, when examining 21st century Native American legal issues, whether it's treaty rights, sovereignty, or self-determination, a wealth of seemingly non-legal data affects the legal relationship between Indians and the federal government. So I just there's a few things that Felix Cohen, and I'll introduce a little bit about him too, about understanding federal Indian law. First, prior to the creation of the United States, the entire landmass it now occupies is owned and governed by hundreds of Indian tribes. The tribes, sovereign nations under international law, were brought into the United States through a colonial process that was partially negotiated and partially imposed. The United States law treats Indian tribes as domestic dependent nations, and domestic because they are subject to federal power, nations because they exercise powers over people, property, and events within their borders. Chief Justice John Marshall in 1831 said the condition of Indians in relation to the United States is perhaps unlike that of any other two people in existence, marked by peculiar and cardinal distinctions which exist nowhere else on earth. So he continues that each tribe has a unique relationship with the United States and is often reflected through treaties or statutes. And although many times tribes are all treated the same, it's important to understand what underlies all of federal Indian law. One is first, the Indian nations possess in the first instance all power of a sovereign state. Those powers are lawfully vested in an Indian tribe and are not in general delegated powers granted by express acts of Congress, but rather are inherent powers of limited sovereignty that have never been extinguished. The sovereign pre-existed the formation of the United States and persists unless diminished by treaty or statute, and in certain instances by federal common law. Because they're retained with sovereignty, tribes have a government-to-government relationship with the United States. Number two, Cohen said second, the federal government has broad powers and responsibilities in Indian affairs. Congress and the executive branch have primary authority. Although Congress has broad authority to regulate Indian affairs, its authority is subject to constitutional restraints. Obligations towards Indian nations are rooted in the trust relationship, a doctrine grounded in federal law. Moreover, Indians are subject to special rules of construction that presume retention of tribal sovereignty and tribal property. I think it's interesting. Felix Cohen wrote a paper in 1951 about the erosion of our sovereignty, and in there he stated that natives, just being Indian, we were subject to over 2,000 different regulations. I'm trying to find where I could find that list, but that really is an astonishing number thinking back into the 1950s. Third, state authority of Indian affairs is limited. Federal supremacy in this area of law leaves little room for state involvement. Nevertheless, Congress, in some instances, federal courts have granted state power to regulate persons or conduct inside Indian country, and the principle does not prevent tribes and states from entering into mutually beneficial relationships or agreements consistent with federal law. And so finally, he concludes, the history of federal Indian law is crucial to understanding the field. The United States has always recognized tribal sovereignty, but has swung between periods when that recognition was strong and periods in which the federal government sought to limit or even abolish tribal sovereignty. This vacillation has led to conflicting lines of precedent and the limitations on tribal sovereignty resulting from past intrusions. Even when a policy is repudiated, it may have current consequences. And thus, understanding federal Indian law requires knowledge of this history, including the period in which the particular doctrines were developed and particular policies were followed. So a lot of the work that I do in the data science sphere is grounded in trying to best understand, again, the history, the periods, when all these things were happening to our people, and then how do we come to a modern understanding of utilizing this information for our own empowerment. So again, everything is about context. So is it historical, cultural? This is a main slide I usually have for a lot of my keynotes. But if you want to define context, then what does federal Indian law have to do with data sovereignty or data science? Or why is it important to give students examples of interdisciplinary ways data science weaves into their studies of interest? With Ampo's presentation, she was doing programming and doing all sorts of scientific, unique scientific things to help better our community. And so then how are the land sessions tied to all we do in our academic disciplines? So here are the 6 so-called eras of federal Indian law that come out of Felix Cohen's handbook, right? The post-contact, pre-constitutional development, the formative years, allotment, assimilation, Indian reorganization, termination, self-determination, and self-governance. So this information contained in federal Indian law is not only deeply voluminous, but it's also highly contextual. So what I seek to do is first understand the eras of federal Indian law, then to postulate questions about the interdependence of events tied to these eras, and then assess what the fundamental social, cultural, legislative, and legal concepts that make up federal Indian law, and then begun constructing a basis to work in understanding colonial structuralism. And then finally, to disseminate this work in a shared governance framework to provide concrete nation building strategies and ideas that are applied in real time. So Felix Cohen, he was the architect of federal Indian law, and he was an American lawyer, a scholar who made lasting mark on the legal philosophy and fundamentally shaped federal Indian law and policy. Okay, Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal administration brought Cohen from academic study to public service. Cohen worked in the solicitor's office of the Department of Interior from 1933 to 1947. In this position, Cohen was the primary legal architect of the Indian New Deal, a federal policy that sought to strengthen tribal governments and reduce federal domination of Indian tribes. And Cohen was the drafter of the centerpiece legislation of this era, the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act. He became the chief of the Indian Law Survey in 1939 in an effort to compile the federal laws and treaties regarding American Indians. The resulting book, published in 1941, was the Handbook of Federal Indian Law. And it became much more than a simple survey. It was the first to show how hundreds of years of diverse treaties, statutes, decisions formed a comprehensive whole. Today, Cohen is credited with creating the modern field of federal Indian law. And Cohen has also been increasingly committed to fighting other forms of oppression, in particular to securing rights of immigrants and ethnic minorities. So this is one of Cohen's famous quotes that he had in one of his papers that he wrote back in that era. And it's a pity that so many Americans today think of the Indian as a romantic or comic figure in American history without contemporary significance. In fact, the Indian plays much the same role in our American society that the Jews played in Germany. Like the miner's canary, the Indian marks the shift from fresh air to poison gas in our political atmosphere. And our treatment of Indians, even more than our treatment of other minorities, reflects the rise and fall in our democratic faith. Here, as in other parts of the world, this undermining of that faith begins with the glorification of expert administrators whose power drives are always accompanied by the soft music about the withering away of the state or the ultimate liquidation of this or that bureau. So understanding federal Indian law, then I decided to start thinking about, okay, if we start understanding federal Indian law, then let's start looking at like these eras when land was being negotiated way back since 1492. This map right here represents the U.S. territorial acquisition from 1783 to 1898. And I've tucked in there the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1851, which is part of the Louisiana Purchase, that landmass. And so these are questions that I bring to our community members, because if you start talking about whose land are we on, the context is that you have to ask, okay, what era and what kind of maps what are we talking about? So this is one map that I created to just help us visualize and to understand that many of these treaties that were signed for this land were never broken, but for our people, of course they were. So what I wanted to do is one of the fundamental things, I think I've heard it multiple times today, is the Fort Laramie Treaty. And so if we're thinking about land cessions and we're thinking about treaties, I started doing research and understanding, okay, what does that even mean? And so a lot of this work, this is just the text of the land cessions. But in Article 5, you've got the nations that are represented by that treaty. And so I set out to take those meets and bounds in there and put them into an actual map. And I'll describe a little bit here in a minute, but I do trainings on understanding these land cessions, and many students that I've had them practice drawing the treaty boundaries find it to be extremely difficult. And when you look here and you see that X marks the spot for everybody that signed the treaty because they didn't understand English, imagine what our people went through back then in the opposition. And so it's always a good exercise to show our students that these land cessions are not just something that, our ancestors fought for us to be here. And so, trying to understand that in this context is incredibly important. So this was the first shot I took. I basically took the meets and bounds and I put it into a GIS system and didn't look at anything. I just looked at the language of the treaty, and this is what I came up with. My most recent kind of update that I've done, if you notice, there's a line right here. There's a red line right here, and I call that the post-Royce treaty line, which is in the language of the treaty. It doesn't actually say go straight 150 miles to North Platte, Nebraska. It doesn't say anything about that. So when I interpreted that through my perspective, that the tail over here on the right-hand side is the only way that back then, if you're going down the Missouri River and then kind of in a southwesterly direction towards the North Platte River, that just made sense to me. But I'll have a slide that'll mention about the Court of Claims stuff that many people use that we use, and I wanted to bring some context to what that line means. Of course, this was the first shot of the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868 that I constructed, and here's the updated version. And again, just identifying that line there was just a really weird point of interest, because a lot of the time I didn't really, there's not a lot of resources out there except for that one big yellow map of the Fort Laramie Treaty on the internet. So these are just some examples of the Indian land cessions. Here's a good example of Session 699. The actual language says that the act to divide the portion of the Great Sioux Nation into separate reservations. So you have to understand the 1851 treaty, then the 1868 treaty, to understand how the land was continually ceded. Okay, like for instance, for North and South Dakota become a state. And here's just an interesting piece. The act to divide the portion of the Great Sioux Nation into separate reservations, the latter becomes inoperable because of failure to obtain consent from the Sioux, but with the understanding it would be accepted. I mean, it's right in the historical record. I mean, it's crazy. So anyway, these are just some images of the current work that I've been doing in GIS that I'll show you here in just a couple minutes. But again, just to give you some context, there's a ledger that's from the 1800s. It's essentially an Excel spreadsheet. So I've been data mining that and then trying to figure out how to put all these little pieces together. So this is kind of where I've gotten to. So these are all the current land cessions I've been able to put together and piece together. And there's a lot more to be done because it spans basically the entire United States. And so here, if you look at the purple is just is my interpretation of the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1851. And so you can see all the different colors and polygons in there. Those are all different land cessions that were happening after 1851. And so here's a good example of the map from the 1800s that was hand drawn, and then my remaster of it in GIS. And here's the second map. So our land cessions consist of 3 different maps: North and South Dakota 1, 2, and 3. So each one of them represents a different time and space when we're looking at these land cessions. So there's the third one. So, and again, if you look here, Phil and I had been having some conversations about the PICS loan plan and Rosebud, and you can see that the land cession 701 went all the way to the river. And so through some of the Supreme Court decisions where some of that land was taken away from Rosebud, this gives us the historical context to know what it was, when it was, and then when the land was taken later on. So finally, just to recap our shared history, using data science to remaster the past initiative, that's what I'm calling this, employs data science to create incredible images and modern images of the land cession story in our shared history. And land cessions have particular implications for us as people, since the land for our tribes and individuals are held in trust, and we need to defend those lands because settler colonialism is coming. Settler colonists are always coming for our land. And although the land's held in trust, it's non-taxable. Again, there's lots of rules governing how we can use this land through the Dawes Act. And of course, I've inherited fractionated land, so I can't do much with it. And these are the results of those policies way back when. And so this is why understanding federal and Indian law is paramount in these nation building strategies. So finally, this the second part was just talking a little bit about land acknowledgements. One of the things that when I always see our elders that always are just overcome with emotion about the loss of our lands is because settler colonialism has broken our connection to that land. And so when we talk about land acknowledgements, I first want to just say that I work in a space of sources of strength and not deficit. We're looking at why are these acknowledgements important, whether or not they're appropriate or not. One of our speakers today mentioned SDSU's land acknowledgement. So my land acknowledgement about the seven council fires on the slide at the beginning was kind of a way that they identified the three divisions of the Oceti Sakowin, but they never actually name who the seven council fires are. So again, we can always work together to revise these things so they're better and represent us better, but we got to do that through consultation with our community members, not just Native people. So, and again, so whose accounting of Aboriginal title is appropriate if you do a land acknowledgement? What exactly are we doing it for? I'll show you a couple of things that I did for a lecture series I did for SDSU. But here's the de facto map about the Great Sioux Reservation, and this says as defined in the 1868 treaty as found by the Indian Claims Commission. So some of us may or may not understand that the Indian Claims Commission was like from 1946 to 1978, and the Indian land cessions were treaties that were signed, and then there were different executive orders and acts of Congress that started ceding land from Indian people way back in the 1780s until like probably about 1900. So if you're wanting to talk about land acknowledgement, you got to figure out which question is best to ask. These are the Aboriginal titles. This is the Aboriginal title that were negotiated with tribes in the 40s, 50s, and 60s about Aboriginal title through the Indian Claims Commission. So this is more modern. This is the map they created in 1978. So again, if you're trying to figure out, I also did a remaster of this also in GIS. So we can look at these things and look at our land cessions and our reservations from these perspectives now in the modern era. And so again, if you just look at the land acknowledgement that I put together here for classrooms, it's just a way for us to visualize. Hello? Okay. So again, a couple of things. Here is just the land acknowledgement from the University of North Carolina, and again, these are just examples of what it takes to, like, what people are doing to acknowledge Native people. So again, is it perfect? Probably not, but people are really doing their best to acknowledge us as Indigenous people. So again, I'm trying to work from a source of strength to demonstrate that these are the things that are happening as I do my work. And so again, here's another couple pictures of that. And again, here's the SDSU land acknowledgement. The speaker from this morning just put this up. But again, like I said, the seven council fires, they talk about the three divisions, but not the seven council fires. So that's why I put that in my land acknowledgement. And then finally, if you're thinking about land cessions from this perspective, I made a map of all the Morrill Act land parcels that were taken for South Dakota State to become a university. And so that basically was about 159,000 acres that was taken to form SDSU. And so doing these things allows us to, again, do we understand what those Aboriginal title land, do we understand whose Aboriginal title land this is? Can we refine it? Is this work ever done? And so a couple other things I want to do just quickly is this was the original Indian land cessions. If you look on the internet, this was done by Dr. Sam Hilliard of Louisiana State University. And since we didn't have a modern look at that, this is really how my initiative started, is I remastered each one of those maps. And so I created a time series that you could see from his work that's now in like modern GIS. And then finally, just to conclude, and then I just wanted to show you a couple examples of the actual the land sessions in the system. But here's some of the work I'm doing for North Dakota Native Vote in understanding gerrymandering and understanding the power of the native vote. And we're trying to create voter files and to increase our power as a voting block. And so again, this also ties to the land sessions, because it's like our reservations are where they are. And so there's a geographic location always attached to what we do as people. This was a story map I put together for them about free and fair elections. This is some work of three-dimensional power analysis. And I think we either yesterday, I think it was yesterday, there was some talk about these complicated three-dimensional structures of, like, let's say, the federal government, the state, and the tribes. And so this is some of the training work that I do to help us better understand that high dimensionality of those complex relationships we have. This was an example of examining the voting districts in North Dakota. This is a route analysis to help understand the work about how much it costs to actually get in your car and go vote. And so again, you can just see that a lot of these work. Here's some code that I wrote to capture all the census data, to overlay it on top, to help us better understand our undercounts in our communities as enrollment. And then this summer, I had an intern work on democratizing South Dakota voting data, and he wrote a big paper on understanding the gerrymandering here in South Dakota. And so here's just some of the polygons that are used to calculate whether or not a district is gerrymandered. And then a couple other examples. This is a map I did for the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance to talk about the mining claims in the Black Hills to assist them with their campaign. So I've been doing that. Here's an example of some of the work I was doing with Dakota Rural Action on the Summit Carbon Pipeline and the opposition to that. And so what I wanted to do is just show you an example of how the land sessions are, how I'm using those for education and training purposes. So let me do this. So here's an example of one of the maps I showed, and you can see that it's blank. And so one of the key things to do when we work together is right over here on the side, you can see there are meets and bounds of let's say the Traverse des Sioux Treaty. And these are the meets and bounds that came directly from the treaty. So the question is, could you draw the boundary of this land cession number 289? And could you do it based on those meets and bounds? And so this is like a hands-on exercise I do with students. And so in the end, then they get the full map after they're done to see how well we can understand the generalities of these meets and bounds, because they're very vague. So knowing how to precisely do these boundaries is not an easy task. So just a couple other things. Here's again, the Wisconsin land sessions, same thing. I did an exercise with a group. Again, here are the Fort Laramie treaties. This is a map that I created of all three land sessions. Each one of those remastered just for like educational purposes. And then finally, I'll just conclude. Here's what a modern GIS system looks like. This is called ArcGIS Pro. So I create all the polygons in here, and then I'm able to create WebGIS maps that you can post online, create story maps. Here again, here's my GIS work in the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. And then finally, I wanted to just give you a perspective about the land sessions. Now, remember that the land sessions themselves are a compilation of about 67 maps that were in the back of the Bureau of Ethnology's report to the Secretary of the Smithsonian. And so what I was able to do is I took and I went and geoprocessed. If you look at the little grid there, that's the public land survey system that was in development in the 1780s. and these maps were hand drawn, and they literally line up on the public land survey system grid. So I did my best to put them where I needed to put them, so then I could study the polygons themselves. And so if you look, so this is what they look like as a matter in GIS. So that in itself, there's many to do, but if we just look at just from this perspective, then you can see the body of work that I'm doing in this space is really about helping us understand this, because if we don't, if we're talking about climate change, if we're talking about inventory of wildlife, if we're talking about inventory of timber, it's like these are the fundamental tools that we need to use in order to understand like these actions that we're trying to take that affect policy. And so my work is really about giving back this kind of information to our people so we understand the fundamentals of what federal Indian law is and how that is actualized through these maps. And so that's so currently just in the climate change idea here is like this is the underlying work that's helping me accompany this having conversations here in climate change and data science and in general just ways that we can use science to help our people. So I think I'll just stop there, and I really want to thank everybody for your attention, and I open it up for any questions.
Well, thank you, Joseph, for sure. That was great. I love the fact that you said to do this work, we're going to need this kind of information to help not only educate our people and our communities about the importance of the issues, but also the relevance of that. I mean, he saw a number of what they call applications of the data, from voting to pipeline protection to understanding again what's happening with climate. So, any questions for Dr. Robertson? And please use the microphone and state your name and your affiliation for the record.
Hi, my name is Art Zimmerman. I'm here to ask a question when it comes to agreements. And I'm really more or less, hi Richard. I'm really a novice at this, but I've read a lot of times about, for example, in the establishment in 1868 treaty, after the establishment of Pine Ridge Reservation, during that time there was agreements that were made. And I think it was during Chief Red Cloud made the statement that after 7 generations, that the federal government could lease the Black Hills areas, but it should return back to after 7 generations. And it was based on some of those tribes that are known as the Wazazi tribes, the true Oglala, as they call them, the Teton, that were merged on the reservation with the other tribe. So that's one of my questions. If there are agreements for gerrymandering, and there's other agreements, there's agreements between the federal government and at that time with military people, are they conducive to being included in your discussions?
Yeah, in fact, a lot of these conversations, a lot of this work really will open up a lot of different community. Just like your input is like, how do we? It's like if we're going to understand federal Indian law and I'm going to develop this technology, we need to. I think that doing this during this research and pairing all of that intelligence, like I said, is really crucial, because if you're going to form a case or you want to take an action, then we need to take these maps. We need to get community input. We need to understand the full context of what those grievances may be and how they may or may not be litigated, or whether or not we even want to litigate it, or are we constructing our own indigenous interpretation of the things that have been lost in the past all this time. And so I think that's, to me, really, to me, the importance is for us to build this type of infrastructure for us, so we can have these kind of conversations. That if we could, if in a perfect world, if everybody followed all the rules and all the laws and treaties, okay, we wouldn't be here. But we continually fight for the sovereignty of our people and our lands. And so I I always as a community member always want to make sure that I have our elders and our community members represented in those. So if there's anything you ever want to contribute to this, I'm definitely open, because this is an ongoing thing that isn't just gonna. I'm not going to just finish it and then put it on the table and say, okay, well, I solved our problem.
Well, one of the transfer of the agreements during the 1868 treaty was with the military. And those military documents talk about that in making an agreement to set up a reservation at the time with the Crazy Horse people. And so my question relates to that. As the various tribes, there was agreements because they didn't want to sign the 1868 treaty.
Right.
And so in doing that, to build the harmony amongst the Lakota people, the General Grant took it and created what they call the Grant. At the time, it was a peace policy. And so there was all these policies and that transferred to the creating the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So those are the kinds of things in there that if you own land, you have to someplace it's documented, or it has to come someplace so that you don't have disputes. And so that was one of the things that was in my mind as well. Where those kind of agreements made were with the military at the time, I think those are kinds of things without any dialogue at all from the people involved, as the Lakota people. But it was a promise, just as what they said in the treaty. And I guess the other point that I wanted to think about, or have you think about, is that throughout the history, if you look at from the Louisiana Purchase on up, Lewis and Clark and even Jefferson, all those knew that these were indigenous nations. And even after that, you had his name was King Philip Maximilian that came through here and also recognized and I think it was about after Lewis and Clark, of the indigenous people. He did a study and with Boardman. So those documents are stored I think in the University of Nebraska and at some of these other universities and museums. And so those are documents, I think, that are public documents out there, but I don't know if we have any information pertaining to those documents that recognizes the indigenous rights of the people. And that's what his study was on. He did a study. Maximilian of Germany was one of the kings there. Mm-hmm. And so he did one in Brazil, and the next one was on the Great Plains. So those are interesting to me in history, that federally, internationally, they recognize the rights of indigenous people, and especially the Lakota people, and Dakota and Nakota people.
It really is interesting through my research. It's like not only did the colonizers of this country write everything down, but it's a lot of this because of our revisionist history that we are never really told the story, that some of those documents actually do exist. And the real question is can we do anything with them once we've uncovered them, and what's the strategy there? Because I think, and again, part of this exercise is to have these types of community conversations about what exactly does that mean? Can we litigate it? Maybe, maybe not. But if we have the data science backing what our perspective is about the land cessions, understanding the federal Indian law, and then understanding that there's someone else recognize the rights of indigenous people. Okay, I think that's kind of like, for me, it's like thinking about how do you create these building blocks, a foundation for us to have more more well-informed strategic conversations with the federal government in discussing our sovereignty and our rights.
Well, I don't want to just, but those are some of the things that came to mind. It just came to mind in the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. She recognized, she said the question during her reign, she said, later in her life, she said, what's happening to my Indian people? She wasn't referring to the people in India. She was referring to the indigenous native population in Canada, in whatever lands that they held. Mm-hmm. And so those are things is that I could be easily looked into and looked at all the peace medals that were given out by various nations to indigenous tribes, recognizing their right to exist as a nation, and by being partners or associates in treaty makers with Great Britain, France, Germany, all those. So that to me, I think, is some of the basis as international law. The icon of the world is a man with a wapaha on, looking out. That's the icon throughout the world, and it's usually about the Great Plains people.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mine is, hold on just a second, one fast question from perspective of an old highway map reader. I know my nephew has taken us over the Rockies here recently. He got us lost using his, what do they call that new map? Google, yeah. Google got us way off on the Teton somewhere, man. But anyway, question I had was, when you look at a map of the Lake Traverse Reservation, it looks like almost a straight triangle almost.
Yes.
Is there any reason that you found why it was such straight lines they used rather than no other reservation around here looks like that? So I'm wondering if the guy was just in love with triangles or what's the deal?
That could very well be. When I looked at the language because the treaty, basically the Traverse des Sioux Treaty, that whole area in Minnesota, that whole piece, the boundaries of the Lake Traverse Reservation was very, very specific. And like, you'll find that in this, like for instance, in this map here, like if you take the tail off and where the red line cuts off, that originally they back in the 1800s, they didn't have the public land survey system, the grid laid over here, because the Louisiana Purchase was like 40 years before that. And so those original treaties were all just like, hey, go down to this rock, go over here, and then do a day's march over to these waterfalls, and then go back to the beginning. Back then, when it came to all these other land cessions, especially like Lake Traverse, they must have been surveying. It must have had certain points where they could go, all right, we're going to draw a straight line right from here all the way down to like where Watertown is. And it's very specific. And so when the U.S. and the surveyors started getting more skilled in using the public land survey system, then they started making very precise like cuts into things. And so that's why you'll see that the 1851 stuff, it doesn't make sense that that line cuts down there because it never says that. It just says go down to the Missouri River, southwest to the fork of the North Platte. And so North Platte, actually, understandably, North Platte wasn't even a city and a terminus to the Union Pacific Railroad until 1865 or something. So how could that exist? How could that line exist if the town wasn't even there when the treaty was signed?
Yeah, that's what I always wondered.
So that was always in my research. That's one of the interesting things that come out of here. So there's many parts where they draw very specific straight lines for like they'll say exactly 100 miles. And other times there's lines drawn in those land cessions that don't make any sense because the language has nothing to say about it. So if they wanted to do that, then they directly put it into the language of the land cession. So if it doesn't have that, then you have to question whether or not that was just a revisionist writing of those maps when Charles C. Royce compiled all the maps in the late 1800s.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Joseph, and let's thank Joseph again for.
Thank you very much.
We're saving the best for last. We have a youth-led session here. Today is called Visions and Recommendations from Our Youth. So we have Malichi Castile from Standing Rock, and also we have our friend again, Chris Hanoni from Hopi. Again, they're going to lead us in a discussion about the youth and the importance of youth in this work with climate change. And so we're going to bring in Chris through Zoom, and also Malichi, can you come forward as well and get us going? So Malichi Castile.
They're both online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
All right. I don't know if Malichi was able to get on.
I don't see her.
Make sure that she got the link.
I don't see her. So you're on. If you want to take it from here, go ahead, Chris.
Sure. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Money. I'm Dene Manabo and Hopi, and I'm currently at the University of Arizona as a Food Sovereignty Program Co-Coordinator for the International Indian Treaty Council. And I had plans to be there in person. Some things came up, so I wasn't able to make it. And I was participating yesterday, talking about drought-resistant seeds and how those seeds and other sustainable farming methods will be able to help us adapt to and combat climate change. So what I wanted to kind of share on this topic today about visions and recommendations from our youth, I have been thinking a lot about that over the past year or so, really, even going back to my participation at the UN Climate Change Convention in Glasgow, Scotland, that was held last year, where I was able to participate in a annual youth roundtable discussion with other Indigenous youth from around the world. And I was thinking about some of the things that that they said, and I was thinking about what similar things were said there. And I think one of the primary recommendations that the youth gave was to recommend that Indigenous languages are still being taught, and there are new innovative ways to teach Indigenous languages, because I think we can all agree that Indigenous languages are the foundation for much of our culture and our identity as to who we are, especially when it comes to our traditional foods and food systems as well. So that was one of the main recommendations that was said there, and I was thinking about it more, and I still support that recommendation, and I still feel that that's one of the, if not the primary recommendation that we can have coming from youth, is because we don't want our elders or our families or our people to stop teaching the language, even though we may not prioritize that as a youth. I think it still needs to be emphasized as a very vital part of our identity and who we are, and really is essential that we can learn that, so that we can really know who we are and where we come from and where we're going. So I really thought about that and wanted to make sure that that recommendation was put out there to this in this session. Another one I will kind of tie back to the presentation that I had yesterday regarding traditional seeds and drought-resistant seeds, and that recommendation would be that we continue to encourage Native youth to learn about their traditional foods and learn about their traditional ways of farming or producing food or gathering food. Basically, learning about what we need to do as Native people to ensure that our foods will be kept alive and will be around for future generations ahead. But realizing that climate change also will present a challenge to our ability to ensure that our foods are kept around. So yesterday in my presentation, I talked about these seeds and how I was lucky enough to come from a family where we have saved our own seeds for a really long time, and so that's something that I will encourage other Indigenous youth, Native youth, to continue to do as well, is to save their seed and ensure that it's free from any sort of pollutants or toxic chemicals or any sort of contamination from either GMO seed or hybrid seed that isn't um, original seed from our people. So we want to make sure that we keep our seed lines clean and pure as much as possible. And that also goes along with preserving them, making sure that we are able to preserve our seeds, our foods, in appropriate ways, in ways that really will also teach us how we need to learn about preserving these things without using um, uh, fossil fuels or other resources that will deplete over time, and want to make sure that we can do these things as much as possible. So really, my recommendation on that is that we need to continue to ensure that these things are not only being taught in schools and and community programs, but also at home. I think that's where we're going to learn most from as indigenous youth. If these things are present in the home, um, that's going to be very important for us. I would say another recommendation I would have to go along the lines of ensuring that our Native youth are given opportunities to attend um, conferences and meetings and trainings such as the one that we're having today. Um, I feel that in my own experience, attending these conferences, these meetings, especially the international ones that I've been fortunate to be a part of, um, has really helped me to develop my leadership ability, my speaking ability, my thinking, and also ensuring that I continue um, to learn about who I am and where I come from. Because um, when I'm in an environment like the one that we're having today, if I was there in person, I would feel um, very lucky to be able to be around people that I don't know and people that may have knowledge that I wouldn't be able to access in any other way. Um, Person to person interaction, we haven't been able to really have that over the past couple of years um, due to the situation that we were um, put in through COVID, and we were able to find a way to still kind of connect with each other. And when I'm working with the Treaty Council, I was able to organize a webinar series, a weekly webinar series, where we invited um, indigenous knowledge holders to speak about um, what do we need to do during the time of COVID? What do we need to do to ensure that our knowledge is being um, carried on and is being taught to our youth? Um, and so we were able to do that because I think we really realized at that time, especially at the beginning of COVID, we really realized that the work that we do at the Treaty Council, much of it is done in person. Um, we organize traditional food gatherings, conferences in person where we're able to gather people from around the world to exchange their knowledge and their experiences. Um, and so we tried to create that same platform but through Zoom. And so I really feel that that we need to, continue to find ways to transfer this knowledge, no matter what circumstances we might be facing. We can always find a new way or innovate and create new methods of sharing knowledge. But I feel that, we'll always want to go back to the traditional way of sharing knowledge, which is being in person, being there in your community, uh, uh, being a part of ceremony and asking your elders and your family members about who our family is and who we're related to, and how that will allow us to create stronger bonds with each other. Um, so I feel like that's one of the primary recommendations that I can think of as well. Another one that's kind of related to that, I would say, is that we want to be able to encourage our youth to step outside their comfort zone. You know, as much as we want to make sure that our youth, our native youth, are going to be around to support our families and such. We also want to make sure that they have opportunities to go out and travel and learn from other communities and other places and experience different situations across the world if possible. But we also want to make sure that we encourage our youth to also, when the time is right, to come home and to bring back whatever they learned um, to back into their communities and to share that with their people and also other youth as well, and to also encourage them to step outside their comfort zone as well. For me, for a long time, I never really had the opportunity to travel or to really leave my home. I basically, had to be home most of the time to be able to help with the farming and other stuff that we have going on. But uh, after high school, going into college, I was then um, told by my family to be able to just go out and soak up as much knowledge as you can out there. Go out and experience new things and new people and new foods and languages and take from that and learn from that and make sure that you're able to um, bring that back home and to make sure that that we can teach each other that us as indigenous native people that we're different in so many ways, but also we're very similar and alike in many other ways as well. And I think it's important for us to share that with each other so that we're able to build a solidarity um, when it comes to challenges that may be presented to us, um, and that we're able to come together to help each other through these challenges. I think is very important, and that's one of the things that I learned also from my family growing up, especially when it came to farming, was that um, you know we we try to help people without having to be asked to help them. We try to, if we see somebody has work to do or they need help in their field harvesting or planting or something, that we try to just do it on our own without them asking. And also just expecting nothing in return as well, because we never know in the future when we might need help harvesting or doing things like that as well. I think um, we need to encourage our youth to think that way as well, as to think that we need to help without thinking that we're going to get something in return. It's nice to get something in return, but that's not the point. I think the point is that we want to show each other that we'll be there for them when they're going through a challenging time or a tough situation. Um, so I think we really need to think about things in that way, especially when it comes to climate change, when we're thinking of ways to adapt to climate change, and we're thinking of solutions, um, of ways of getting through this, and looking at this as a way to, change who we are for the better. Um, One of the things that I heard yesterday was that a lot of the times our ways are set in stone. our traditional ways are set in stone and they're not really aren't really supposed to be changed. But really thinking about that more, we have to think about the situation that we're in now and the challenges that we're facing now. We're going to have to change. We're going to have to change some of those things. We're going to have to think differently about certain things. That doesn't mean that we are moving away from what we originally believed, but it's just a way of navigating around a certain challenge or through a certain challenge um, without giving up our identity or losing our identity of who we are as Native people. So I really feel that that's important that we are able to communicate that with our youth as well. Um, Other things that I would have would be to um, encourage Native youth to take on leadership roles as early as possible or as early as they feel comfortable with. Um, I feel that the earlier that you're able to learn how to be a leader, the 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 more time you'll have to actually develop into being a very effective and strong leader. Because then, in the beginning of that process, you'll be able to make mistakes, and you'll be able to learn from those mistakes, and you'll have more time to learn from those things. So I think it's just really important that we make sure that we try to get our youth into these leadership roles as early as possible, so that they have that time to develop. Because it does take a lot of time to become a leader, and we're going to need leaders in the future because we know that there are more challenges down the road. We know that climate change isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon. Um, and we really need to be prepared for things that we know are coming. And I think it's just really critical that we ensure Native youth to take on these early leadership roles, and also just to tell them that it's okay to make mistakes. We need to make them in order to learn from them. So we I think it's important that we're not going to be perfect at everything that we do, but we're going to learn from it along the way, and we're going to learn how to be an effective leader year after year. So that's one of the things that I would wish to encourage as well. Also, intergenerational knowledge exchange is very important, and it's something that I think as youth that we need to make sure that we're doing all we can to try to learn from our elders as well. Um, you know, uh, Youth and elder knowledge exchange is very, very important, and I'm sure that that's something that is being done in a lot of Native communities, and we just need to make sure that we continue to do that we continue to encourage that exchange of knowledge between our youth and our elders. And there's many ways of doing that without having to lecture or to tell things to the youth directly. I think some of the more effective ways of learning for youth, I think, is to take them out and do things with them physically, like how I learned a lot through actual farming, through doing things with my hands. I think um, that's a very effective way of sharing knowledge and making sure that we we learn through action. And I think a lot of youth these days are are more able to learn through that way, through actually doing these things. And so I would just encourage that youth and elders maintain that connection, and that's not lost. Um, and just if you have young people in your home or young people in your community, just try to find ways to create opportunities for them to be with their elders, to be with their older community members, just to do, even just everyday things like helping out around the house, or um, um, doing things such as that, so that they are able to build that basic level of respect for each other, and then that way they can build upon that, so that the youth are able to become more comfortable being around elders, because I think that's one challenge that um, even I had recently, is just feeling like being around elders is sometimes a little intimidating, because it feels like we should know a lot more than what we actually do. And I think some of us even feel guilty about that. I think some of us feel guilty for not trying harder to learn um, about about who we are as indigenous people, and I think that um, we need to be able to make sure that youth are able to learn, and feel that they don't need to feel uncomfortable around their elders. They don't need to feel intimidated by them. We want to make sure that we're as open and welcoming as possible. But it's very critical that we ensure that connection is never broken between our youth and our elders. Um, Also, another thing that I can think of when I'm thinking about um, climate change, and how youth can play a role in that and what I also said yesterday in my presentation was that youth are going to um, experience all of the impacts of climate change moving forward in the future. Um, I think that it's something that, like I said earlier, it's something that it's not going to go away anytime soon. I think it's going to be um, almost the new normal, and it's something that we're going to have to, um, or something that we're going to have to teach our youth to be prepared for that, and to be prepared for um, any challenges that are going to come in the future, and that we should give them all of the motivation and um, and knowledge that we can, so that they're prepared to deal with whatever's ahead in our future. Um, and so I really feel that all of those recommendations that I can think of really um, are going to help us, and they're going to allow our youth to take on this challenge head on, and that we're going to be able to use whatever resources we need from our people, and use that to ensure that our traditional ways of life continue on in the future, and that our foods are not lost, our seeds are not lost, our knowledge, our language, our history is not lost. And I feel that there are threats to all of those things, but we have the capacity or the ability to be able to overcome those threats, especially with the technology that we have access to these days, um, such as being on Zoom. I may be in Arizona right now, but I'm able to connect with a group in another place, and I think that's a huge step moving forward. I think technology can be used in a lot of appropriate ways, and I also think it can be used in a lot of negative ways as well. So we need to just make sure that we're using it appropriately, and that we're not trying to replace traditional teaching methods with Western methods, and that we're able to ensure that the basis of our knowledge is exchanged in person in our communities. So I really have a lot of hope that Native youth will be able to um, overcome whatever is ahead, and we'll be able to create healthier um, communities, and we'll be able to create healthier lives. And it's just a matter of encouraging our youth to actually do it, and to encourage them to go out and learn, and come back and practice whatever they've learned, and share whatever they learned at home in their communities, so that we're able to really ensure that we are able to build relationships with each other and build solidarity with one another. So those are really the main recommendations that I have, or could think of so far. So I guess I don't know if I can take any questions or comments at this time, but that's basically all I have to say for now.
Well, thank you, Chris. Those are great. I'm glad you gave us some specific types of ideas and actions that we can work towards.
I'm not hearing anything. I don't
Chris,
know
can you hear me now?
Muted, unmuted. Sorry.
How about now, Chris?
Yeah. I can
Okay,
hear.
sorry about that. I only have 2 microphones up here. I need one more. Too much technology, but no. In all seriousness, I appreciate your thoughtful response to the question about the vision and your work, in particular with the International Treaty Council, the Youth Treaty Council, but also your involvement, your participation. I always thought, I would add this as well for you to respond to as a facilitator here. I think about the word responsibility. It seems to me when I listen to you talk about your ideas, and I listen to you talk about what you're doing now with the Treaty Council, and I know that, as I understand, the Hopi people have been doing and practicing their ceremonies and lifeways since time immemorial. There's a responsibility by your tribe to take care of the world, and I'm wondering again, from your generation, how do you view this word responsibility, or is there a better word for that in your culture that we can really begin to think about and talk about with our young people all across, not only across the Oceti Sakowin, but also across the world? Again, the idea of responsibility. When you have responsibility, then you do it no matter what, because that's what you're supposed to do. So I'd be curious in your thoughts and your responses to that kind of a long-winded question, but it's what I'm thinking about when I listen to you, Chris.
Yeah, no, that's a really important question, especially when I think about responsibility. Exactly, I think about things that um, things that we're supposed to do, things that we agreed to do a long time ago. I know in our creation stories, we agreed to certain things that we need to do in order to live on this earth. And I think one of those is being a steward of our earth, of our Mother Earth, and our land, and making sure that we take care of it as much as possible. Um, so I think of when I think of that, when I think of responsibilities, I think of that. I think of our creation story, and I think of the things that we agreed to do in order to live in this world. And it's something that we should just make sure that we teach our youth that there are certain um, responsibilities or roles that we have as indigenous people. I think um, we're all tasked with preserving or protecting a certain area or a certain knowledge or a certain um, story or song or language, and it's important that we know why we were tasked with protecting these things. And I think that just really goes back into our history and learning about what has happened to us in the past and how we were able um, to to move forward and to survive and to resist a lot of these things because we knew we had a certain responsibility to something. And so I think about responsibility in that way. Um, yeah, so that's I guess my answer to that question there.
Is to jump to.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chris. That's a great response. Again, we're surveying the audience here. If any other questions or comments, we have a question here, sir.
I just want to say that you are the change. Not just youth, but all of us. We have generational change that has taken place since long before someone was trying to discover who we were. They're still trying to discover what Native nations are in the people, the indigenous. The thing is that I think your point is well taken. That, and I like your comments in looking at how change can take place related to climate change. That climate change, it didn't come here by itself. And so I just, in leaving, I left my name here. I'd like to get yours. And if I could send you some educational material on, I think that there's things that we can do as environmental science and have hands-on kind of projects to do on every reservation or every Native American community. Because indigenous agriculture far exceeds Western civilization in that the past 19th and 20th century created all the pollution, and it's not going to change. Why is it not going to change? Is because we have always continued to look at the Western civilization as being the model, and that model has corrupted the world. But there is good things in science. There are good things out there that we can use, or the technology, my ability to send my voice and hear your voice through media. That's the same way as you'd send a prayer. And it's a prayer that we can utilize that technology today. So I just wanted to say that we all must, in ourselves, look for change. And it's coming. As Lakota nations and as other tribal nations, we need to save ourselves first. Then we can save the rest of the world because of stewardship. And we can save our red blooders, our black, and yellow, brown, white brothers and sisters. We know it. It has been all the time forced out of the learning. But you talk about what does Native nations have to contribute? They've contributed probably more agricultural products to the economy of the world than any other nation. You know, I think that, and you think that we need to go back all and look at those things. You have great storage of knowledges in these communities, you know, related to or whatever physics, Native American physics, or Native American agriculture, or even in architecture. So I just want to thank you, and I have always worked with youth and adults in higher and elementary and secondary and in training programs. So I thank you, and I'll be glad if I get your email. I have it here, and I'll write it down, and I will text you, and I'll send you a copy of some programs that were developed to work with COVID and to work with training indigenous uh, as far as education, uh, environmental training, as we used to do before. And that is like a core where you can go out in your own community and find the waters and check plants, check those, and put it in a food bank or in our knowledge. We need to educate one another. So thank you for listening to me. You know, it was a great feeling you gave me that you're accepting challenges. And we all start someplace. We never all start with the knowledge that's given. And I think good people to listen to is your elders. The way we say that where I am, Wichakshila, Woi Yake Sapa. I'm a learned man, elder, and that's what I'm here to do. That's why I'm here today. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. And yes, my contact info is up here on the screen. I don't know if everybody can see it, but my email is just chris@treatycouncil.org. That is my email. So anybody can send me an email or send me any information or resources or any materials that they feel is important to share with me. And I find myself in a lot of spaces with other youth as well, so I can share whatever I received today with those other youth as well. So thank you for all that. Kwakwa.
Thank you, Chris. We have one more question here or comment.
Yeah, sorry I had to step out dealing with UN credentials for the climate change meeting. But I remember last year, Chris, I'm trying to not turn my back to you, but when you were selected to be one of the youth knowledge holders, there was another one from Canada, a young hunter and language teacher. In that panel, you talked about something nobody else talked about, and it really struck a chord. And we included it, you know, in the report. Is the relationship of youth getting back to their traditional food systems, whether it's planting or, you know, hunting, buffalo, whatever it may be, and mental health, and addressing, you know, the suicide crisis, which we've referred to a lot here, but we haven't really put out a lot of solutions. And I thought it was very insightful. And I know it was difficult. It was painful for you as well, saying that this is kind of a taboo topic in your tribe. But I don't know if you want to say something, or, you know, I just wanted to comment on that because we have heard that issue raised, including by AMPO, you know, the high suicide rates on Pine Ridge, and how you talked about your own feelings about that and your own experience. And again, I think it was something people weren't really expecting in this UN meeting on climate change, even on a youth panel, but it was very impactful. I thought it really made an impression on people. So I don't know if you want to say, I know we just have a couple of minutes left, but if you want to say something about that, I thought it was important contribution.
Yeah, and yeah, that's probably something that I should have talked about too earlier, but I'm glad I had the opportunity to talk about that now. Um, but yes, during that um, that that youth roundtable that we had last year, I brought that topic up about how um, indigenous youth and their mental health is something that really needs to be considered and thought of more, especially today and what we've been going through recently through a whole pandemic and through climate change and through social injustice and through the loss of our elders. I think is really taking a hit on the mental health of a lot of indigenous youth. And I feel that, one of the ways that we can help our youth heal or to create healthier mindsets is to get them out on the land to practice their traditional their food systems, such as what I talked about earlier about how um, I was able to really learn through doing, through being out there. But it also really is a way to help people heal as well, making sure that they're building that relationship back with with our Mother Earth and creating that relationship there, so that they're able to know where to go when they need that help. Because I think there are these ways, these non-indigenous ways of trying to help um, us Native people to overcome or to heal from um, from our mental health issues, but we um, don't respond to those methods very effectively. So we have to think about the traditional ways of healing and learning how that we can ensure that our youth know what to do or know where to go, who to talk to when it comes to thinking about those things. So that's what I have to say on that.
Well, thank you, Chris, and we'll stop there for the time being. We appreciate your presence again, even though it's by Zoom. We understand you had some family things you have to deal with, and our leaders do. We appreciate and respect your decisions, and thank you again for being part of this conference. And looking forward to working with you in the future and with all you. As we conclude the
Thank
day,
you for having me.
Yep, thank you. As we conclude the day, we always call upon our leaders within this room here in our communities to help us kind of bring this day to a close, if you will, with their thoughts, with their comments, and with the good things they want to offer us today. And so we're going to ask Ivan Looking Horse to come up and close us out with some remarks and some good thoughts. So.
Atkoka you are chante was ten the pechuza below. The ta ogla kapna wiyukchum. It hachan kilena isha nachunk to hetchers ka. Ria hionishi. Wiyukcha tokada kya hena letes amnicha of chance na. The han ogla kap chance you have was stickte. Asle na kesh kiktaps lecha. Wana trat khanka na shunka khankni ogla kap. Just makochik when I push ayacha. Hina cheta. Tell washicha iwagla kinan. Along as you are here and we'll check yours. Yabla stunk this. Namach will put a chicha below. I hope like to address you in English so that we can understand one another. I said that this year kind of meeting and conference, the leaders of our nation needs to come to these here and have a good understanding of what climate change is about, how it affects our people, and what we have to get prepared for, and the hard times that might come, and we have to be able to address these here with our people with what they have. We have a way of life, a spiritual way of life, and a connection to the grandmother Earth and the universe. And Crow Dog always used to say that if you go come learn from the Lakota Nation, you're in the university of the universe, he says. So anyway, that's kind of what we learn here and we, in our sacred ways, our ceremonial ways, and we use animals to connect with that spiritual world. And today they talked about the buffalo, of how its existence was very necessary for our environment here and the health of our people. And I believe that also, because I work with a lot with the buffalo and the schools and all this here. And last week they had a buffalo harvest at Tioshpaitopa, and those their children, they uh, they took harvested that buffalo like they already knew what to do. They it only took them like 2.5 hours to harvest the whole buffalo. After we prayed with it and talked about the buffalo of its importance, and also the last conference we had, they talked about the horses, how much their help is to this Mother Nature also and the environment. So there's a lot to be learned, and there's going to be some more uh, learning that needs to happen, especially with the youth. The youth need to grasp these here things while there's still elders left that have the language and the ceremonies. And, the youth need to take it uh, on strongly. There's going to be some humiliation. Humiliation is always something we have to take as leaders. But, learning your languages, it might be a little bit of humility, but try to learn it anyway because it's a sacred language and it's hard to learn. And there's two dialects. There's a female dialect and a male dialect. And the female dialect, is also used in prayer because of the compassionate words that it has in there. And also, I have a message for the women also to learn their ceremonies. We learn their ceremonies of childbirth and of bringing the spirit to this world and pray with that. So they give them a good chance. And also, the naming ceremonies that need to happen for the youth so that they can have a navigation. Because navigation is what a spiritual name helps you with. So you'll never lose your physical, spiritual direction throughout your lifetime. Because the elders and medicine men, when they give you that name, they pray to the four directions, the Mother Earth and the universe, to recognize you as a spirit. And that there helps you go down the red road and navigate through life. And so this is what we're talking about, navigate through life, learn your language, know your ceremonies and your songs. And again, don't take it wholeheartedly. If you mess up somewhere, we all mess up, we make mistakes. And life is full of that. So we got to make the best of it, and we come across anything that will help us learn. I learned a lot in the last couple of days here, and there's a lot more to learn. And I also want to tell the youth to go back to their ceremony, their altars, ceremony altars of the Oceti Sakowin. There's a man back there, 10 minutes, my cousin there, he can help you along with that there. And we try to study these here effigies and these ceremonial grounds and sacred sites, have the understanding what our ancestors had. So the sacred sites are very important to our recovery of our youth and our nation to be the power that they once were, and to help them identify themselves and just keep going with a head up and strong heart and be strong. With a hate, Yapo is what we always say. So I'm gonna sing a buffalo song and a prayer, then we'll finish this year with the singers singing a song for us. I want to sing this song for the buffalo because as a people we have to face our problems and our storms, and we have to meet it head on like the buffalo do and go through it. And maybe we lose some relatives going through it. We have to keep going when we come out the other side. So this is how to sing that song. Songs are very important. Drum beat is very important, and to get your spirit going is very important. So prayer songs and prayer very important all the time. Gatherings. To end it with a prayer is very important also. I hope. Waziata kiyamanie, waziata kiyamanie, tataka yamanie, ahero, hero, hero, ahero, hero, hero, manie, hero. Was Yataki Yamane, was Yataki Yamane, Hataka Yamane, Ahero, Hero, Hero, Ahero, Hero, Hero, Maniero, Hero, was Yataki Yamane, was Yataki Yamane, Hataka hey yo money hey yo hey ro oh hey yo money hey yo was your doggy your money was your doggy your money Hataka hey yo money hey yo hey yo Ahero, 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 manielo, ahero. Oh, hey. Laat gewoon kaarselen. Ik heb het gaat hier op, mag ik wat je maar horen op je. Je gaat beter kunnen dat uit is. Ons speel aan het je hou kimon ik ga het zetten op je. Maar het gewoon het Maka Sitomni. Dokter ik gaat denk te naast dokter wanneer poes denk daar en wat ik woon niet ja in het op de jaap en moespe ook ach nee en chak oche na dokter dat is manier na kook en is en as oche kook je gaat pet is wat kan je wat kan na tona cha hi honi is ake zani ki honi na kan de was bit each other wopila na tona hi honi ke treta hi honi is a hena wopila je gaat ke was ho ke het we chose niet ook je want was ook ach hoe ik heb ook tekst ook lusjes dan wacht ik dus om het taak was oh
that concludes today's session. We hope to see you back tomorrow, 8 o'clock, 8:30 sharp.